There was no intro whatsoever. What? Because there's a little bit of spoilers because I'm talking OBS in the back.
Yeah, you are talking OBS in the background. Yeah, I'm not doing an intro then because we spoiled it. No, kidding. I just was like, we should just start. We should just start.
It's not one yet.
Isn't everybody so excited about that?
I'm here.
There was 2 people waiting.
I think one of those is the bot.
Well, that's fine. It's fine. I will see. Sierra's here. We have viewers already. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Is chat overlay working? Is it just delayed? It might be delayed.
I think you delayed.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Rob. Hello, Neo. Hello, Sierra. It's lovely.
They all just popped.
Okay, perfect. Cool. We were just a little bit delayed. Hi, everybody. Hi. How are you guys doing? I'm a little thrown off because we filmed on Friday upstairs and did the yeah. Welcome to the premature chat. Exactly. Welcome. We get going early here. Hello, Ryan. It's lovely to see you in chat. You were waiting? Good. Thank you for that. You're the best. All right, cool. So let me get back on track. My brain fried for a second. On Friday, we had an amazing battle where I got my ass kicked in Fallout Wasteland Warfare. Since rearranging in here to bring some of that equipment back down so that I could stream today, we've rearranged some things. And so now you're like directly in front of me. And it's a little strange and I'm getting used. No. I don't think it's.
Should they be lower so that they're like groveling, like
at my feet? Yes.
Like so they have the idea of they're like kneeling down. I'm not gonna. This is cement floors. I ain't doing it.
No. Please don't get on your knees on the cement floors. Yes, as they should all be well below me. They should be looking up at me always. No, I'm kidding. No, this is great. It's just I'm used to like. Basically, the cameras are in slightly unique positions, and I'm still getting used to it. So if you see me like looking over here when I start to try to talk to you and look directly in your eyes, and you're like, Angela, you're not looking at the camera at all, it's because you guys used to be kind of over here, and now you're here. There's also a lot less blocking my view, so I can actually see chat way easier. It's very nice. And you're actually almost directly in front of where chat is. So hopefully when I'm reading what you're saying, it looks a little bit more like I'm looking at you, although I know I am still kind of looking above you. But whatever. Hello, Kojo. It's great to see you. How you doing? All right, so today's plan is predominantly just working on our little securatrons. We started working on some of them last week. We're going to continue working on them this week. I believe, yeah, I started doing some stuff on Yes Man. I think
this light lower.
Maybe a little bit lower. Please and thank you. But I think that's going to be our plan today.
Chad, you're going to go for a ride.
Oh, let's go. Now you must look up at me. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Like framing it with like a 4-foot pole.
Hot.
Yeah.
Sir?
Is that better for the painting?
Yeah, actually, that's great. Yeah, that actually lights up my my little guys a lot better. So yeah, so we started working on both of these. I'm pretty happy for the most part with how my basic Securitron is looking. I think the wash that I did over top it all really helped. I have not done that on Yes Man, and I mean, it still works, especially at a distance, but I think I need to bring it back.
We also turn the overhead on, if that would be better.
Oh no, I think we're okay.
Which I don't know, is the lighting better for sure? There.
Oh, I see. I think that looks good, because then I can also bring it up. Yeah, no, that looks good. So yeah, here's my basic guy, which I think I'm pretty happy. Man, that highlight does look really good on him. I might enhance it a little bit more. I don't know. I'm gonna keep fiddling with it. Today we're just gonna fiddle. We're gonna fiddle with blues, and that's gonna be my plan. Yep. We're gonna find a blue fiddle, and I'm gonna learn how to play it. Not actually.
You gotta go down the door.
It's true. It's true. Ironically, I have actually played, like when I was really, really little, did not continue this past like, dude, I think I did this in kindergarten or something ridiculous like that. And so it probably sounded horrible. Glad I don't actually have memories. But I definitely had like violin lessons when I was really, really little,
Oh, wow.
like stupid little.
Yeah, see, I'm unfortunately cursed with a pretty good memory of my youth. So I remember most cringe, ass annoying things I did as a child. Or at least, how about this? I may not remember all of them, because I wouldn't remember the things I don't remember. However, I remember enough.
Right, enough.
Neighbor had piano. You won't say for them.
Oh boy, that was probably fun though.
Not for them.
Well, yeah, of course, not for them, but for you.
But I was 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, but you were little and having a grand time. You finally got your Blood Knights primed. Excellent, excellent, excellent. What did you end up going with? Are you doing, like, do you approach contrast style where you go lighter color tones, or are you going more traditional where you like did a black or a darker gray or something on them and are doing a grizzly? Whoa, 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 chill out, pen. How did you end up priming them? Hello, God of Knockers. Lovely to see you in chat.
Yeah. Cog matches their name, which gives them credibility.
It's true. It's true. Okie dokie. Dry brush. Where is my dry brush? I don't think that was, no, here it is. This is what I was using.
I did, when I was moving camera stuff around, I did knock into this water cup. That's why there's food staying.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
But I thought I picked up everything I got.
No, you did. You definitely did. I was just not finding it. I'm also gonna grab a slightly more angled one because I sometimes like to use these angled. Here, I guess I'll show it here. I might show it better. Are you yawning over there?
Yeah.
I like using these angled brushes sometimes. Yeah, chisel tip. Thank you. For dry brushing. Okay, so we're gonna need 2 paints. These 2 blues. Did everybody have a good weekend? Anybody do anything fun? I
didn't do anything fun.
Oh. I know. that's why I was
I
like,
had to work, guys. Can I tell you what a slog it is when you have to work on your day off? And it's a federal holiday, no less.
it's true.
And I had to slave away at my job. And my job was so tough. Let me tell you. Don't worry about what my job was yesterday. That's not important. What's important is that I had to work. It's not important that what I was doing was photographing 2 fine ladies.
Why is the ball not moving? That's what. It's not doing.
Short answer is testicular cancer.
Oh my god.
Longer answer is pre-existing condition, derivative of family history.
Okay, it's moving. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. You did.
I broke her chat. Hold on. No, we can't have you hide.
I'm sorry to do that.
I'm hiding your shame. Don't hide your shame.
Oh my god.
Max.
No, what? I have no shame.
I mean, some would say.
He does have a pretty damn good job.
All of this before the deity. I don't have a word for boobs that starts with a D.
Oh, the deity of
Dongos. All this before the deity of Dongos.
The god of knockers. You're right. What is it? Is there a D word to describe a woman's tits?
Dog? No. I mean, puppies is like, doggos? No.
Yeah, I was like, no, dog.
That's not good.
No.
Where was I?
We were talking about what we did over the weekend. And
they forced me to carry things up and down stairs. I had to get low for camera angles. I could have thrown my back out. Do we have workers' comp? No, we don't. Do they care about my poor joints and back? Absolutely not. Absolutely terrible job, let me tell you, folks.
Definitely. Double D's, I guess, would kind of work. That's like the, I guess.
Deity of double D's?
Yeah, the deity of double D's.
You know, because it alliterates further, it supports it.
Yes, I agree.
Because you can't say the deity of D's, because then you're the deity of D's nuts!
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Are you kicking me out?
Nope. Nope. I am not kicking you out at all. I just said okay. I said okay. And is there something wrong with that? That was good. That was good. I almost died.
And I was promised we were gonna play the One Piece card game, and we did.
Yeah, unfortunately, I also thought we might be able to do that, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll do it. We'll do it next time. Okay. I don't know. I kind of want to break.
I trade some booty for some card game.
Yes. I mean, like
I'm autistic enough that I want some of the card games.
my brain wants a little bit. I mean, we can play a card. We can play tonight. You and I. We've been playing the One Piece card game, and I had originally wanted to play with Shay yesterday when she came over. But unfortunately, we ran out of time with all the other
50,000 other things we wanted.
Yeah, I was gonna say there were so many other things we wanted to get done that I was like, I'm not gonna push this.
Next time, find out when she's leaving. That was my big problem the entire day. I never knew.
Honestly, I completely forgot to ask. I did not ask what her schedule was, and that was my bad.
At 2 in the afternoon, and I was like, does she need to go, or are we hanging out for another 4 hours?
Yeah, I gotcha. No, I need to be better about that. That was a me issue, because I did not confirm and I set up that date. So.
Alright, so you don't know the heat.
Yes, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good in here.
I'm switching it back to pulse.
Cool, thank you. Am I working on Yes Man? Okay, good. I'm pushing the brightness on him, unlike what I did on.
Oh, he's actually very clean. Benny fixed him up very well.
That's what I thought. Oh, I always forget I get him from Benny.
You don't really get him from Benny.
Well, but like
the canon, just to clarify.
Yes.
Unless you know it.
No, I don't. Please.
The canon on that is Benny programmed him to affirm and say yes to everything he said.
Right.
But he wasn't hyper specific.
Oh.
So Yes Man just says yes to everything. And it's Yes Man.
Yeah.
So and it didn't specify only to Benny.
Right. He says yes to everybody.
Yes. Which is why Benny hasn't walked away, because I don't think he ever figured out how to get him only to say yes to himself.
Is that why he's in that side room? Okay, that makes sense.
That's my theory behind it. I mean, also this is hiding him from House, but...
Right.
But I think it's also that Benny may have known.
He's like, I can't control this thing, actually.
The only way I'm going to be agreeable is by making him agreeable to everyone.
Yeah, but I only really want him actually agreeable to me.
Yeah, so that's why it's hidden. I theorize.
That makes sense to me.
It's why there's that, like, deleted ending stuff where Yes Man becomes, like, independent.
Yeah, where he can start saying no.
Yeah, he gets a little happy with it.
Yes. I always also kind of assumed, because he's in a lucky 38 by that point, right? That like this is meant to be post like courier.
Oh, yeah, that we've installed him.
Yeah, so like I always kind of assumed.
Spoilers for the end of, yeah, you haven't gotten this far. If you go through the Yes Man ending after you kill House, you plug Yes Man instead of House.
That's kind of what I assumed.
Yeah.
And my assumption is that House is a smart guy. He had a contingency in case somebody did that to him so that he could over time take over, which is why I think Yes Man might eventually start saying no, is because he's melding with like a House personality that's left over.
I think it's also just because, once again, Benny forced him to say yes, and in the parody of it all, they wanted him, the robot, to get really tired of saying yes.
That it was literally just meant to be that. That's fair.
I think that's the part of it.
That's fair.
However, modernly, because we still, I know that Todd Howard and such have said that the show isn't supposed to canonize any one ending to New Vegas. eventually we're gonna have to figure out which one is.
Yeah.
Based on the context clues.
Exactly.
And I still think there's a high likelihood it is the yes man.
I'm just putting the table cam back on. I forgot we turned it off, remember, when I was hiding my shame.
Everything that's happened right now kind of leads me to think that Yes Man was left in charge of this script.
And he did a bad job?
Well, that would go with like that bartender with his entire like NCO Legion robots. Well, the robots point to Yes Man.
Yep.
Also house. Okay.
Yep.
But it also makes me think of a situation where Yes Man is just sort of keeping the status quo.
Whoa, yeah.
While the NCR would roll in and tell him what to do.
And then the Legion would roll in and tell him what to do.
And then the NCR came back, and yeah, that's...
It was like, wait, why are you doing this? I told you to do this. So yeah, no, I completely agree. And Brendan, no, you have not missed much so far other than me being silly, Chaos Cultist complaining about his very hard job taking pictures of me and Shay, because it's such a tough gig that he has to do.
I had to pose them.
He had to pose us. He had to get low onto his knees in order to get good angles. It was just so tough for him. But other than that, that's all you've really missed. That is all you've really missed. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's get the bottom portion of his legs, I guess. Like his, this would be his belly. Kind of. If he was a human, be in his guts region. And also would be his booty. So let's paint his booty. I think I'm gonna brighten you.
I think you could.
Well, because I washed him, and I'm gonna do the wash to him, but I'm gonna push his brightness further first to see if I don't lose as much. Because I do want to, like, the recesses to still be darker. But I think I lost a little bit too much.
All joking aside, you do have a moment after you've been like actually doing the job for an hour or two, and you sort of look up and go, "Well, a pretty interesting job."
Yep. Hello, George. It's lovely to see you. Also, hello, Lori Baldwin. Excellent to see you in chat. How you doing?
We're also filming Instagram. So
Yes, exactly.
Instagram is TikToks, but
yeah, whatever you want to call them. Shorts. Exactly. All right, let's swap him out. I want to work on this guy a little bit and then return to Benny. Benny? Sorry, return to Yes Man. The Fallout models are actually really good. I really like the Modifius sculpts. It's gonna be interesting because all of these ones that I've been working on so far for Fallout Wasteland Warfare, like that have that old packaging design, have been resin. The ones that come in the base game for Fallout Factions Nuka World, which we finally got in, we were able to find a copy, and so we ordered it and it's arrived. They're plastic and they are on sprue, more a la like GW models, and it's very interesting. That's looking better. What do you guys think? I feel like because of the like how reflective it is right now, you're not really gonna see too much of a difference. You might see more of a difference on the back. There you go, you can see a difference on the top. I think the highlights are definitely showing up better, which I think is also giving him a little bit more of a worn look. Like the whole point of this highlighting process is to give his paint job that like sun-faded, sun-baked sort of vibe to it a little bit, where like most of the color is no longer quite the same color it was meant to be. That's the entire reason I'm doing this. You've tried to get some models to try to paint them in your kind of style? Nice.
So I'm thinking to paint here and then
yeah, I think that'll be good because that'll keep it a little bit onto my forehead and a little bit on the back of my head, and it'll hopefully help it prevent it from slipping. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a very good idea. We need to find some sort of good adhesive for fabric materials onto.
Oh, for the.
Yeah, well, also possibly for that. Like, I don't know how.
These.
Oh, okay, got it.
Onto the inside.
Got it. Okay.
And then these attached to
Okay.
These are just pads. They're not like straps.
No, I knew they weren't straps. I just didn't know how I couldn't remember exactly how they went in there. Okay, cool. Got it.
Hello, God to the Zilla.
Hello, God to the Zilla. It's lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you had a lovely weekend. I'm actually, so I did have a lovely weekend. We never actually finished talking about that. You distracted me so much with your shenanigans. Yeah, with those shenanigans, exactly. That's very distracting. You're very, had a great weekend. Got to play some One Piece card game. Got in, how many games did we end up playing? Like 6 or so? Roughly? Like it wasn't like
4 or 5.
Okay, like 4 or 5.
So we had the best 3 and then we played 1 or 2 more because I switched decks.
And then I thought we came back. You know, you're probably right. So I think we played about like 5 games in total, I think was the total of the One Piece card game, which I really enjoyed. I got my ass kicked. Good God, is Blackbeard's deck just insane? Like just his out of box, like bought this from a store deck. Damn. Although
it's another starter deck, yeah.
Yeah, well, and especially against like that Uda deck, which I really do not feel like is meant to be competitive in any capacity. It is really hard countered by him.
Entire deck is on play.
It's true.
Efficiency, and he counters all on play efficiency.
Yes, that's very true. He does. So that was tough, but I learned a lot from it. Want to play more? Probably, I don't know, we might play some on like an hour-long stream or something like that, maybe if you wanted to.
We have a booster box opening coming.
We do have a booster box opening coming because you ordered, which is it, 14? Is that the set number we're on now?
The one that just came out.
Yeah, whatever the one that just came out, either 14 or 13, I think it is.
I know what you're gonna see what that package is.
So that will be cool. Can't wait to do that. Probably be in the Nami bathing suit for that one. Because I have a Robin cosplay coming in, but I don't know exactly when it's going to be here. But I'm looking forward to that. And then I got a lot of planning done. Mostly today, but a little bit yesterday too.
Actually, it's going to be a video next week.
Oh, really? Cool. Sweet.
This is going to be delivered on Monday.
Sweet. That's great. That is awesome news, actually.
I don't know, one down upstairs.
Of course. Oh, thank you.
My phone?
I will.
Not.
Oh my gosh, no. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, chat. Oh my God. Ida, can you get me toilet paper, please? Ida. Why would you do this? You brought people over yesterday, Mom, and I didn't like it. Yep. There we go. Flushed that away. It is under the counter. Thank you. Okay.
No, you must have the
I don't want the
towels.
I don't want the entire
Chat must endure all of it.
No, I don't want the entire roll of paper towels, please. I just needed like
I was
2.
trying to get that.
Well, I'm getting it. There we go. Haha, chat, I've taken care of it. I've taken care of the mess she made. I'm going to. I had to throw things away. And I felt like I needed to do that out there.
How do you think they're letting this happen? Do you think it's
God damn it. It wasn't a skit, chat. It wasn't a skit. She did, in fact, poop on the floor right in front of the door because she's mad at me because I wasn't giving her enough attention yesterday. Like, I legitimately think that is what happened. You probably did. That would be Kita. Kita is my sweet darling girl. I've had her for 18 years, I think, at this point. And she is still such a little shit sometimes, and very hyper and very loving. But my God, does she like to poop on my floor randomly? And I'm just like, girl, could you please not do this? Like, it's fine. It's really not that bad. At least she's not like normally pooping like on the couch or something where we're gonna like sit on it. It is. Oh my God, please! I don't even want to think about that. But yeah, so she's a goober. She's a real goober.
What's your favorite part of hobby night, little Jimmy?
The part where the heroes talk about it about being smeared across the floor, and then they're ashamed about slapping their hands.
Very good, Jimmy.
Oh my God. I'm gonna. Yeah, I got her in college. I adopted her. She's honestly both of our cats. Unfortunately, Jack is no longer with us. But he was actually 18 when he passed, because she was a year younger than him, and she turned, I think, 18 this year, something like that. Or she will be turning 18 this year, I guess. I think it is. I think she's turning 18 this year, technically. I don't think she's technically 18 yet, but she's getting there, and fingers crossed, knock on wood, her health is good. So I'm expecting her to be around for a while longer. But they've both had really long, healthy lives, thankfully, which I'm very grateful for. And I am genuinely surprised by how active she is at this age, because there was a point in her life, because I was overfeeding her and him, both of them. Both the cats were overfed for a little while, for a couple years, and she got really lethargic because of that. She was a chonky little monster, and
There's a puddle on that couch.
she was a puddle on that couch. And thankfully, she has lost a lot of weight. The doctor did say that she needed to lose a little bit more because she put some stuff on recently. Again, I think I started to overfeed her because I give her a lot of snacks because she whines at me a lot, and I love her and I don't know what else to do, so I give her snacks.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry the music's been so loud, chat.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you know why? We were on the beginning music.
Oh, and then
And then you just jumped us over and you didn't adjust the music again.
Okay, this is why we actually need to do an intro, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry for the incredibly loud music this entire time, everyone.
Yes, so sorry, so sorry. Also, not the best minifigure. Sorry, I'm genuinely sorry. But I'm gonna try and kitbash. Oh, you're gonna try kitbash? That's awesome. You use tiny chest pieces and arms and legs added from the army of a turnip 28. Should be fun. Yeah, no, that's gonna be awesome. I'm really, really excited for you. I do have a schedule for feeding, technically. It's just that I break it constantly. It's not that I don't have one, it's just that I'm a bad person and I break that schedule constantly because I'm like, I'll give her like a little treat here or there. And like, you know, let her nibble on things like when she gets a little loud or she wants to like, if she's being like especially cute, I'll be like, here you go. So like that is what generally happens with that. But oh my God, I loved Chaos Cultist bit about it. That was great. That was genuinely fantastic. Okay, I think I'm much happier with how he's looking. I think I need to do one of the arms, but we need more paint. We need more paint. We need a little bit more paint on this palette. I'm actually gonna scoot this. Is this gonna be too... Okay, no, it'll be fine. Although I am over top. Too many brushes! And that will cause problems. You know what, I'm gonna actually use a little bit of just this pure, like out of the pot light tone of blue. Because I wanna get one final really bright highlight. Which honestly, this color tone would probably work really great if you're painting Space Wolves. If you're doing something with Space Wolves, or if you want to paint something in that blue-gray tone, it would work really well. Oh, that's awesome! Very, very cool. That's great. That's a, like, do it. Always ask for advice from people you think do amazing work, and it's really awesome that you and your son are gonna be painting together and that he is a miniature painter and you're gonna be working on him with that. Or at least be able to get some guidance from him on it. That's awesome. Have fun with it. There we go, that's looking a little bit brighter and I like it. Need to make sure to get this side. Hello, Alex, how you doing today? You just logged on and I'm up to painting some miniatures again today. Dream Tech, how are you doing? Are you up to anything fun? We've got some Fallout Wasteland Warfare miniatures. We're working on some securatrons right now. This is my basic boy, but I do also have a Yes Man here. And I actually think I'm gonna switch over to Yes Man because stepping away from, actually, hold on. There's one thing I wanna hit with this light color tone real fast. We need to make sure to really get as much of this out of our brush as we can though. Because I don't want to immediately overwhelm everything. I want to get a little bit more of the buttons down here, especially on his chest. And that edge. Okay. I think that's better. I was looking, I do think the faces on the screens is also supposed to be the same blue color tone. Am I caught up with the Fallout Season 2 episodes? Yes, I'm looking forward to watching this week's. I had a big rant last week about episode 5 because there were some things in episode 5 that during my initial watch through, I was like I am so torn on this show because I'm intrigued by what's happening, But there's other things that are happening that I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me, and I really need them to explain it. One of the things that in episode 5, this should not be too much of a spoiler because it literally happens in like it's the first scene. It's the first scene in episode 5 where we see the Death Claws and Coop and Lucy and how they deal with it. And at first, I really did not like that scene because to me, I've played enough Fallout. If the Death Claws like queue onto you, they go after you, and there is no way that little fence that they ran into would have stopped them. However, I saw a theory from someone online who was writing an essay and doing some breakdowns of it, who is saying that there could be a reason the Death Claws actually had that behavior. And the reason that they gave, and I think it's a pretty solid theory actually, because I am very convinced that Hank is working for the Enclave. I think he's working for Coop's wife, but I think she's Enclave. So I think they're both Enclave technically. So if that is true, then it would make sense to me that Hank set them up as security guards. And so if that is the actual case, if they do end up, if the Death Claws are there and the reason that they're not actually going into Freeside and actually causing terror and everything and running amok is because they have been ordered / programmed because they are like a product of pre-war US government, which the Enclave would absolutely have access to, then I think I would be okay with that. I need them to confirm that in some way, because as it stands right now, I'm like, there's no way that 4 Death Claws would not chase after them. Like, especially this late into the game, like how deep into history they are past the bombs and everything. Like, it would make more sense to me if that was the case. But I think if Hank is using them as a security, like basically as a security force, then that makes way more sense to me. And I can get behind that. I just need them to like even loosely confirm that in some way. Oh, you just woke up? It's 7:30 a.m. in Australia for you, so you're off to the gym? Nice. What are you working out on today? Are you like working on your upper body, lower body? Are you working on core, back? If you don't want to say, you can also just say, I don't want to say. I did a small workout yesterday focusing on my upper body. I did a variety of just like weight, like stuff like lifting weights. I don't know the names of any of them, but I just basically did your basic like dumbbell, like arm crunch thing. Whatever the thing where you have your arms out like this and you're lifting off to the side, I did some of those. I did some of the ones in front of myself. And then I did the thing where you have a weight like in your hands and you're lifting up like this to work like these muscles. And then I did the thing where you like bend over and you're doing like this. Oh, hold on this side. Like this. But you're sort of bent over so that you're having to lift back. Cardio day for you. Rough, I'm so sorry. You need to start exercising? It does. I am grateful that I am one of those people that does actually get like, I feel pretty good consistently after working out. So I'm definitely one of those people that gets endorphins from it. I know not everybody is. Like Chaos Cultist, for example, does not get the same like runner's high, for example, that I do. But I do. I would say that like when I work out, I tend to get like the quote unquote runner's high, even if I'm not running specifically, but you get what I mean. And that's pretty consistent with most workouts that I do. The only ones that I don't really get that is actually running, because I suck at that and I have bad knees, and so it tends to be like it's just too much pain. But like weightlifting though, I do enjoy that, and I get that little rush from working those muscles. Or I guess building those muscles is really more what I'm doing. Okay, let's be careful on his arms. We don't want to go too hard and knock them right off. They are still simply attached with some glue. And I can be heavy-handed sometimes. Okay, but he is looking actually quite good, I would say. I'm gonna do a light wash over him, I think, just to fill in some of our recesses a bit. But otherwise, I think he's looking pretty good. I want to do a little bit more. Okay. See how this goes. Try a treadmill. I would love to. I actually, like, one day, probably sometime this year, hopefully, I do want to get one of those, you know, the kind you see girls do like outfit change videos on that have no handles in front of them. And so that they could just like stand there and literally just be like, do, and walk really cool and like move their hips and stuff. I want one of those style. I don't remember what they're called specifically, but like that's what I'd like to get. One for actual like working out, but also for doing that kind of cool walking content. Cool walking content. What a thing I just said. But that's the idea. Hello, Craig. How you doing? So, washed out hobbyist, I do have an old world army that I have periodically been working on the channel over the last couple years. But because I don't really play old world at all, I've not been in a rush to really get that army moving in any capacity, but Bretonnians are what I do paint for the old world. I have 2 different Bretonnian Knight videos where I'm like doing different designs on them and having different themes. The most recent one I based off of an Overlord character. And then the other one I just did, I actually based it off of my Space Marine army, which is just black, red, and gold. So essentially Blood Angels. An elliptical machine? I have used an elliptical machine before, but I wouldn't have a place for an elliptical machine in my place. That's why I want to get one of those treadmills that doesn't have the like stand or whatever in front of it, or has a removable one, because I've seen both styles. Because those are pretty compact, like they're not big and bulky like a traditional treadmill that you would see at like your local gym or whatever. And so that would be cool because I feel like I would maybe have a space for that. Oh, no worries. Totally no worries. Honestly, I want to get back to, actually, I'm sorry. I'm such a liar. I have one more video that focuses on the Bretonnians, and it's actually more of the peasant side of the Bretonnians, although technically also they're like big war machines. So I also painted the Bretonnian trebuchet, which actually legit was a really fun project to work on. I think partially because there were so many miniatures within that one little miniature, like there was something fun about doing each of those characters. Each of those figures was really unique. They all had different personalities. I mean, there was even a kid amongst them. And then of course I got to actually paint the trebuchet itself, which was not simply just like a trebuchet, but also had like a Bretonnian shrine to the lady in it. And then like a shrine, I think, to the lord that they were supposed to be serving. So I painted it up to be like the Bretonnian knight that I had previously painted, because at that point I hadn't done the Overlord one. So, they're called walking pad treadmills. Okay, cool, yeah. So I want a walking pad treadmill is what I'd love to get. I think that would be really beneficial both on a content level wise as well as a fitness level wise, because I do actually, like, just to talk a little bit about like walking around and getting cardio in, I definitely do. I try to go on a walk at least once a day around my neighborhood, and that can range various distances, but it's a pretty decent walk. It's not like around the block, it's more like around a really big ass neighborhood that includes actually multiple neighborhoods sometimes. So like Chaos Cultist and I do try to get a lot of walking in. I will admit we've done a little bit less. Like there's probably been some days recently that we've skipped simply because it's been raining. Like that's been part of my frustration with how overcast and rainy it's been here recently, is not only do I need the sun to make my like self feel good, because I'm one of those people like that just needs sunny weather in order to like not feel depressed. Sometimes like it's real bad. Like I definitely feel like I get seasonal depression, and I used to not get seasonal depression, but I definitely do now. So like I really like it for that, but I also like it because then I can actually go on my walks and get my exercise that I want to. Because I do like to, like, because I don't like to run and I don't really have anything else that I do that's like really cardio based, walking is what I do. And we tend to power walk too, so it's not like a really slow leisurely walk, it's a speed walk. I've definitely, like, it's something that I really should play. I think right now I'm just very burned on GW, and that's part of my problem. We're gonna go ahead and put this color in around his face because his face is supposed to have some blue into it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It also helps pull some of the excess color away so that I can spread it around. Because I don't want this to be super heavy. I actually kind of want it to be fairly light, all things considered. Yeah, this is looking really good. I'm quite happy. Quite happy indeed. We do need a little bit more paint. Whereas I closed it. I closed the bottle like a fool. Oh, that's because I put some on my palette like a smarty pants and forgot. Let's keep going. Okay, and then I'm gonna do a light glaze over the top with what I've still got on my brush. There we go, there we go. The other side. This side before it dries and gets streaky and awkward. And the same for the back side. Okay, good. I think this is actually looking really, really pleasing. I am happy with the color tone. I feel like I've gotten the effect I wanted. We just need to move a little bit more paint around. Make sure we hit that bottom little section. We get the sides. Don't forget that side. I will double check with you guys in a second. I really don't want this to blot or like spread in a way that I don't want it to. So I'm just being very controlled with how I'm applying it, which means I don't want to take my eyes off of it. So I will be back with you guys in a moment. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then we just need to do this little section. Now his face is gonna look a little freaky right now because of how it's drying, but I think we'll be fine. Okay, I think that looks good. I'm gonna set him off to the side. Yeah, he's a little brighter, a little cleaner looking. And we'll do, I think on Yes Man, I'm definitely gonna do less weathering on him because yeah, Benny does have him pretty cleaned up. He looks pretty good. So I'm happy about that. Okay, let me check in then now with chat. Sorry about having my head down for a second. Havin, don't worry about being late. It is totally fine, no problem. I hope your workday went well and that you had a good weekend. Let's see. I don't really have to do any other cardio. Maybe you should have a word with CC. Oh, no. Me wanting to do cardio is actually for myself. One, I have a convention Actually, okay, first of all, let me step back. I was feeling a little bad about how I was fitting into some of my clothes recently. And so I buckled down on getting back into shape because I had gotten tired of feeling bad about it. That is the main reason I started working out again, more thoroughly than I have been in a while. Also, it's partially also because I hadn't realized that having the gym, like access to a gym at my old place, how much that actually like motivated me to work out. And because I don't have one, like really easy access. I mean, I have access to gyms, but just not like super easy access like I did before. I didn't realize how much that was keeping me from working out. But I think I've got a pretty good schedule going now, and I'm actually very happy with my, like how things are progressing. And honestly, I'm getting older. I want to stay healthy. And I know that working out and like doing that kind of stuff is good for me. Also eating better is good for me. Now, here's the thing. I like junk food. I like sandwiches. I like chips. I like soda. I'm gonna prove that to you right now. Okay, so hashtag not sponsored. Mountain Dew if you want to sponsor me though. So that is, I don't really want to like super change my diet. I do eat more fruits and vegetables than I used to, and I definitely eat way healthier because I'm eating way more home-cooked meals and eating out less, and I do think that's really helped. But that's like as far as I want to change my diet. I really don't want to have a super strict, gross diet that I don't enjoy eating. So to counteract the fact that I like to eat food, and I like to eat food that's not necessarily the best for me, I've increased my workout to help basically balance the fact that I'm putting shitty calories into me. Let me do something to get some of those shitty calories back out, right? Like that's sort of the gist of it. And then the other reason I've really kicked my butt into getting back into working out is because I have a 18+ con that I'm going to in April, and I want to look hot as hell for it. So I'm gonna look hot as hell, and I'm gonna take a bunch of photos and get some content while I'm there, and it's gonna be great. But yes, and to answer your question, Rook, I have played some of BioShock. I have not completed them, but I do know the full stories. I've watched plenty of essays on them, and I've watched Chaos Cultist play both of the games to completion. So I am pretty familiar with the games and very much like them. They're good stuff. Back when BioWare, was doing some really, really cool, innovative stuff. See, that's what it is. It's like like, don't get me wrong. I'm eating, like I said, more fruits and vegetables. I've definitely cut back on as much fast food as I used to eat, because I for a while it was bad. For a while, Chaos Cultist and I were just eating way too much fast food. And I know that happens to everybody on occasion. Like, we just really fucking get tired of cooking for ourselves, and or we're exhausted because we come home from work and we've had a busy day and we don't want to cook because that takes effort, and even just like having the microwavable things isn't as satisfactory always because sometimes they suck or you're just not in the mood, and so you just order out, right? And then you just keep doing that because you feel that way too many times, because sometimes things can be draining. And so I've tried to reduce that. Like, I've tried to not, like, basically when it comes to my diet and eating, the main thing that I've tried to tackle is don't be lazy and just constantly order out. Take a minute to cook something. And honestly, one of the ways that I've actually helped myself tackle that problem is, and I am lucky in this way because I have an amazing farmer's market where I live. Like, my farmer's market is beautiful and I love it, and I don't know if I ever move, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because I literally, like, I get my eggs from my farmer's market, I get my butter from my farmer's market, I get my steaks from my farmer's market, I get my tamales from my farmer's market, I get my pasta and my raviolis from my farmer's market, I get my sausages from my farmer's market, I get my bacon from my farmer's market, I get my breads from my farmer's market. Like, I get like half of my groceries from my farmer's market. Like, I have an amazing farmer's market, okay? And I know that I am unique in that instance and not everybody else has this access, so it's not the easiest way to do this. But if you have a way to find like a business where you can consistently get good, easy to make meals with fresh ingredients, like the pasta that I get is all insanely fresh. And guess how long it takes me to cook it? Less time than it takes for the water to get boiling. Like, it's insane. Like that's, and so like basically my cook time for some of these things is so reduced that I basically have told myself like, there's no reason you shouldn't be doing this because it's so quick to make because it's so fresh and all this stuff. And that's one of the benefits of that. And I know I'm unique in this situation and I am like very lucky to have such a well-rounded and like very just good farmer's market. And also to be able to like afford to shop that because I know sometimes farmers markets can sometimes be more expensive than normal groceries. It really depends on what's happening with the groceries. So like I get it, I'm lucky, but that's how I've gotten around like not completely cutting out all of the like things that I really like that are really bad for me, like soda and like chips and like cheese. Like I do eat way less cheese than I used to because I am lactose intolerant and I really can't eat a lot of cheese, but like I'll still indulge myself occasionally and just make sure that I'm careful about it. Ooh, you're gonna have wild boar and mushroom with barbecue and sweet and sour sauce? That sounds so good, Luke. That sounds so good. If Fallout got into Prime series nowadays, BioShock wouldn't have had a problem doing the same. You remember I think they're making, aren't they? Isn't there a BioShock like series or movie in the works already and has been for like years? Okay, here's the thing. BioShock is a very different story. And part of why BioShock works so well as a narrative is because you are Booker in one of the games, and then I don't remember the guy's name in the other one. But the point is like you as the player are the character going through all of this stuff, and so it puts it into a different context for you when you're enjoying it. That is very different from seeing it from a third-person perspective, like, because you're watching somebody else play that character. Like, I get what you're saying, and like, don't get me wrong, and like I said, I'm like 90% sure they are working on a BioShock, either series or movie, and I am not optimistic for that, frankly, because there is so much about BioShock that can be, you can skim the surface of and completely take that game out of context, and I do not trust streaming executives and producers and directors necessarily to, like, it's not that I don't think that the writers or the directors or some of the actors might be very familiar with the game and maybe even have played it and even like watched essays on it and had like watched really great discussions, and so have a very strong understanding of what the narrative of the game is, what's supposed to be being said in that game and the questions that are being asked in that game, and could probably translate that into a TV script. I wouldn't want to see it as a movie. I think putting it as a movie you would have to cut things and it would be garbage. But I think as a series it could potentially work. However, all of that contextual stuff that would need to be in there to really make it actually feel like you're playing the game and living that experience in the same way is gonna get cut by executives. Which means that it's gonna just end up being like this half-baked slop piece. That is like, it's basically, BioShock, I think right now, I don't think BioShock would end up I don't think BioShock would end up like season 1 of Fallout, and I definitely don't think BioShock would end up like season 1 of One Piece. What I think BioShock would end up being like is Halo. I think BioShock, unfortunately, because of the complexity of what they're talking about and how some of it is stuff that I'm sure executives wouldn't want to cover and discuss, and there's so much like political and religious context within that game, I don't think they would do it. I really don't think they would do it. You can sit there and eat potato chips, but you got to counterbalance that with a little bit of working out later. Yeah, the Paramount Halo series. So like, I don't think BioShock would do well. I think BioShock would be stripped down and dumbed down in the same way that the Halo series, they looked at it and went, yeah, all of this stuff that fans love and adore about it, we're gonna like basically ignore that. We're gonna take some of the iconic elements of this and we're gonna use the characters' names, but we're gonna completely change the personalities and not have them behave or act the same way as they would have in the games. That's what I think would happen to BioShock if it got turned into a television series, unfortunately. That game is an extremely good game, both of them. Both of them are extremely good games, and I think, like Infinite, for example, they would really hyper-focus on the time traveling, she's ripping into space-time element, and it would become this stupid, action-oriented TV show that lost all of the underlying, like, shenanigans that is that narrative. And I just think it would be bad. Yeah, like, exactly. TV's pretty spineless when it comes to taking chances. I completely agree with that. And I just don't have faith. Like, I think BioShock would end up like Halo, or like the Yu Yu Hakusho anime, or like Dragon Ball Z the movie. Like, that's what would happen to it. Like, that's what would happen to BioShock if it was taken to television or screen. I mean, I understand that. Oh, no. That was still wet. I didn't realize. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. Shit. I picked up the wrong model because I wasn't paying attention. Fuck a duck. Okay, I pulled the paint out of that, so I'm gonna have to reapply it. Thank you so much, Luke, for being a member for 13 months. Woo! You and CC do incredible work. Your channel is informative and entertaining, and forgive me, but somehow you are more stunning than ever. Oh, well, Luke, thank you so much. You're very sweet, and thank you so much for being a supporter for over a year. That is mind-blowing, and I really, really appreciate it. And I know that you have definitely gifted subs in the past and like donated a lot to the channel to help keep us going. So genuinely, Luke, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. I always love seeing your contribution to the community and our conversation. So genuinely, thank you. Thank you for being here for 13 months. How are you guys doing? Oh my God, I can't believe 13 months, Luke. 13 months, that's awesome. I grabbed way too much paint on my brush. Holy cow. What about Dead Space? Dead Space, I think, could be done better than BioShock for sure. Dead Space has the benefit of it is a horror narrative, and therefore I think that is frankly easier for them to stick to, because there's tropes within that are just canon anyways. So I think that could actually, I think Dead Space would be translated into television better than BioShock would. But I still don't think some of that they would actually do all that well. Pretty good. I want to see if I can lightly darken that a little bit. Oops, fuck. Okay, there we go, fixed it. Let's see. Let's darken these, but try not to get the outside edge. got like this little vent on the back of him, and I have been struggling with wanting the bars of the vent, which are very, very subtly above the recess part, to be lighter and the vent to actually remain dark. I keep failing, but I think we got it this time. What thing can I do? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna do that. Yes. Okay. Okay. We're gonna just let him dry now. How are you looking? Yes, man. Your mouth is still dry. Okay, we have to let both of them dry, so we're just gonna chat. I officially have permission to just hang out and chat. I'm even gonna close the table cam because we're just gonna hang and talk about things. I've watched people play Dishonored, but I've not played it myself. I've played a little bit of, I think, the second one. I started it, but I never finished it. Alex, thank you so much for the 200 kroner donation. Luke is right, we love to watch you, and please keep bending at the hip and not the knee. We are biting the edge of our table each time, my dear. Don't worry, I will always use my back to lift things and not. No, wait, my knees to lift things and not my back. You want me to? Is this why? That's all you get. Don't want to get in trouble. Okay, Angela, stop picking him up. You can't do anything to him right now. I think here's the thing for me, Rook. Is I'm one of those people at this point where I'm like, I don't want them to just constantly be making other genre, I don't want my television or my movies to simply be nothing but remakes, remasters, or taking something from either video games, board games, books, manga, comic books, whatever, like some other media source and turning it into a movie. I am desperately tired of that happening. Like, don't get me wrong. Are there some things that if they did it really well, I would love? Absolutely. Are there current things that they're doing really well that I love? 100%. But I feel like everybody's drive to go, what if this series got turned into a series on TV or Netflix or whatever, or streaming, or got turned into a movie? That just encourages all of the people in Hollywood who are making these decisions to make, and on Netflix and Hulu and whatever, who are making these decisions to make these shows. It just keeps telling them that we don't actually want new things. I do want new things. I want new things. I want new original content. Like, part of why I loved K-pop Demon Hunter so much was because it was actually something original. Like, is it similar to some things that I've seen in the past? Yeah, it's a like shoujo girl series. Like, it's a movie about magical girls. Yes, I have seen stuff similar, but it was still an original story. They were their own characters. They had unique designs. And I'm really tired of them taking video games and just slapping them in to television series formats and ruining them. I also find that really creatively boring and bankrupt of them to be doing. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the One Piece series, super hyped for season 2. I have had a roller coaster of emotions with season 2 of Fallout, and I loved season 1 because I'm a big fan of Fallout. Like, I like those games. I think they're really cool. I think the setting is done well, and so there are instances of them doing this and it being really successful and really exciting and really engaging. But there's also way far too many more where they do it and it's not engaging, it's not exciting, it's boring, and frankly, it's insulting to the original material, and I'd rather not see that. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's like, why they should have never made an Assassin's Creed movie. Like, why? What is there to say in a movie that wasn't already said in the show? Or in the playing the game. Like, I also am not a fan of Assassin's Creed, so I'm like, that was just, like, that never appealed to me. Like, I remember when they announced that and it came out and everybody was talking about it, I was like, this does not appeal to me in any capacity. So I was just like, why are they doing this in the first place? But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just, I guess I'm just burned out a little bit on rehashing nostalgia. Like, I'm very just burned out on rehashing nostalgia, because I think there was a point, like, okay, here's my hot take. My hot take is that after a certain point, or actually before a certain point, mainly my generation, but I do think a little bit of Gen X, but definitely not the boomers. Boomers had a very different childhood than what I would consider my childhood. Sorry, I slapped the microphone there, did not mean to. And by that, I mean, look at the 80s when a lot of the classic cartoons were coming out. Like, I'm talking OG TMNT. I'm talking like Thunderhawks and like oh my god, I'm blanking on like every 80s like and like Transformers and all that shit, right? Like all of those cartoons and comics that were coming out in the 80s that like a lot of us and maybe like it depends on what generation you are, how old you are. Like, I was a little young for some of those because they weren't like super new when I was really little. They were like older, but they were getting some remakes. So I never super invested into stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, although I did really love the first live action movies that they did of them, the ones with the big puppets and stuff. Really super cool. Masters of the Universe, exactly, like stuff like that, right? So like all of these really vintage classic cartoons, those didn't exist. Like cartoons as a medium did not exist when boomers were children in the same way. Like it was not consumed the same. It was like cable television wasn't the same, let alone the fact that modern children have access to streaming services and YouTube and Tubi and like plus cable television if their parents happen to have it. There is childhoods, basically what I'm trying to say is childhoods very much changed, and at a certain point the adults who didn't have the childhood maybe you and I did with these cartoons, with the ability where the market started seeing children as an actual viable, we can tap into this and get money out of this market. Like children weren't seen that way for like the longest time. And as soon as that started happening, and it was like, oh, we can sell these things to children and get their parents basically to buy them for them. As soon as that occurred, everything changed. And when it came to how I think media was then being looked at in regards to its production. Because people then, like at first, when these were all new and hot, and they were realized that they were really toyetic, and they could really get kids to like really be into them and buy the toys, and they could get the parents to go there, and they created the craziness that we knew Christmas to become, right? And the holiday season to become, with parents rushing toy stores and punching each other out because they need that Elmo doll or whatever, right? So like, we have all that happening, and if you are in the toy business, or you are in the cartoon business, or you are in television or movies, and you see that happening, and you're like, wow, there is a craze for this. And then you see that craze continue to happen, because as those kids whose parents bought them all that really cool swag and like helped formulate their like opinions of the world and what they believe themselves to be as people and how the world functioned and all that stuff, like they then go, wait, they're still nostalgic for that? We can tap into that still and we can keep milking them because they fell in love with this thing as a kid, and now every time they see it, it brings warm fuzzy memories, especially because the world that we've created or for them to live in as adults is shitty and garbage and not given the same opportunities as they were because we control everything. Ha 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 ha. That's what they've done. That's what they've done, and I'm sick of it. That's my personal opinion, and I'm sick of it. But see, the love of the good old Justice League animated, they're gonna tap into that nostalgia and be like, oh, you love Justice League, huh? Well, here they are. And they're gonna just infinitely give that to you, and then they can draw you in. And like, I'm not saying to not indulge in your nostalgia, I do all the time. I'm just saying that I'm trying not to like buy too much stuff based around necessarily that nostalgia if I can help it, because I don't want to encourage that to continue to happen. And when it comes to like these live action shows, like I'm really picky about which ones I'll watch. Like the only reason I'm talking about the Fallout and the One Piece ones so much is because I think the adaptations were done exceptionally well, especially for the first seasons of both Fallout and One Piece. We haven't had second season of One Piece, so I can't really fully judge on what they've done with that yet, but I have confidence that that director, the cast that works on it, and the fact that Oda's actually directly involved sometimes is going to lead to that show continuing to be pretty well. There's also so much information and like frankly so much backlash that could happen that I think they're gonna do it as good as they can. But with Fallout, like I still think that's there, but Bethesda ultimately has control. And unlike some things, so I don't know. It's just like the season 1 of Fallout, they did such a good job of making it feel like you were watching multiple player characters go through the environment and run into situations that you know you've encountered as a player character when you've actually been playing the game. Whether you played 1, 2, 3, New Vegas, or 4. It doesn't matter. You felt that experience and you got to witness that through either the Ghoul, Lucy, Maximus, or frankly, just having dog meat in there is enough nostalgia and like, oh yes, this is like running around with dog meat like I did in Fallout 4, or New Vegas, or I think you get a dog in 3 too. Don't you get a dog in 3 as well? I can't remember exactly, but the point is I'm really tired of them feeding on our nostalgia. Oh my gosh, like Johnny Bravo or Ed, Edd and Eddy, like for live action would be very... Johnny Bravo they would never do because he's even though he's not actually a misogynist, I think it would be viewed because he is so like, hey there, hot lady, let me comb my hair back and or whatever, you know, so I don't think they'd ever touch that. I think he's too, frankly, pervy. And if they did, they would change him away from that so much that it would no longer be Johnny Bravo. Ed and Eddy, I could definitely, they've done the Powerpuff Girls. What's stopping them from doing Ed and Eddy, right? I want to see those kids shove giant-ass jawbreakers into their mouths. I don't actually. Please don't do that. I don't want that to happen. But I could see Ed and Eddy happening. But that era of cartoons, like the cartoons, they're not safe because we've had Powerpuff Girls. Hello, Star Fury. Hello. Your film lecturer said that the reason loads of 80s stuff is made into live action stuff is because they are an age group that are the ones ruining Hollywood. I mean, I don't know if it's specifically because it's the age group. I mean, I think it is older people ruining Hollywood by going, we can't risk spending any amount of money that is significant or would actually help launch a new franchise, a new series, or anything like that on something that isn't proven and will have immediate guaranteed turnover and profit into our pockets. That's like, it's all about money. It's always about money because money corrupts. and it corrupts absolutely. That is ultimately what it comes down to. And it's sad. It's super duper sad that that's the point. Like, or that's the state that our world is in right now. Havman, thank you so much for 25 months. Woo! First month down towards 3 years, worth every penny spent. Love and appreciate all the hard work, passion, creativity, and love UNCC put into all that you do. Well, thank you so much, Havman. 25 months, bro. That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Much like Luke, I know that you've also donated a bunch, as well as being a member, as well as gifted subs. So genuinely, thank you. I very much appreciate it. CC definitely appreciates it. Oh my God. Congratulations, by the way. Go Seahawks. How dare you crush my 49ers. I saw that they kicked absolute ass recently in whatever game was like this. Was it on Friday? Or like a Friday ago or something like that? I don't remember. But like, congratulations to the Seahawks. I know you're a big fan. You want solo level? Oh my God. I'm not a fan of solo leveling. I am not a big fan of solo leveling. So you can enjoy that. I would not enjoy that, I don't think. Like, I know the animation is supposed to be like absolutely amazing in solo leveling. Like, some of the fight scenes are like just jaw-dropping, but I just really don't give a shit about that concept. And I'm really, like, if I'm gonna watch a power fantasy anime, I'm gonna go watch Overlord. Like, I don't know. I prefer Overlord to how the character in solo leveling behaves. I know, exactly. Yeah, I saw one of his, I saw somebody covering George R. R. Martin's, like, recent issues with House of Dragons and all of that. And I mean, I absolutely am like, okay, well, I mean, they're not listening to you anymore. That makes a certain amount of sense. But I'm also sitting there and I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, but bro, you haven't like how long have you been working on your last book? Like, you probably are writing, like, the way that you write things, I've heard, is very verbose. Like, he's very lengthy. So I'm imagining his notes or whatever might be like hella long. Maybe it's just too much. And he's like, dude, I'm not gonna do all this. Like, this is too extensive. And I mean, I get how that's gonna piss George R. R. Martin off. And frankly, he should be pissed off. But I'm also sitting there going, well, maybe you shouldn't have like assigned over the license to your books when they're not even complete. I think that's also the thing that I am like, I look at HBO at this point, I'm like, why did you do this? This isn't a complete series. And he's a slow writer, like that notoriously. Like, that's not new information. So why did you do this? I'm just darkening the faces a little bit more. So we're gonna let those dry again, and then probably get to work on base coating our blacks. There's not that much, but we're gonna also base coat everything we want to be metallic. Yeah, that's what 41 to 6, holy shit. Damn, they really did crush them. We had checked in briefly on the game, or I think we had seen like we had just like Googled like what is the score at or something while it was happening. And I do remember the 49ers not having a lot of points, but I didn't remember the Seahawks quite having 41 points at that point. So, but damn. Oh, that's great. Congratulations to the Seahawks. I guess the 49ers had a pretty good run this season, I think, seemingly. But very, very cool. Oh yeah, well, why wouldn't he? I mean, that's why he signed the deal in the first place, right? He wanted that big fat paycheck that I'm sure HBO was offering him. And probably assumed, very rightly so, that there would be a lucrative, like, merchandising deal, and it would probably uptick the sales of his books, which is always going to be going to him, etc. So yeah, it's all about money. Everything's about money. Like that's like most things when you get, like when you start dealing with like businesses wanting to like do stuff with your product, it's always about money. Oh, do they have a bunch of injuries? I didn't actually catch that. That would make sense. I kind of agree with that. I do think Martin really went into this television deal thinking he was gonna maybe be a George Lucas or something like that. I don't really know who his aspirations would be. I mean, Lucas would definitely be up there for sure. But bro, you're not a director. You're an author. The process and what has to be trimmed when going from book, which can be whatever the fuck length you want it to be, because you can be as wordy as you want to be, cannot do that in television. You have to condense it. You have time slots like that you gotta fit into, and like specific lengths that the executives are gonna decide, like, no, this is what we need this to be, because otherwise it gets absurdly expensive to make. Like, there has to be a balance, and I don't quite feel like he ever found that balance. I think he did have very specific expectations of like how he was gonna be treated as this like big shot author coming into the industry. And I don't think he necessarily got that. Or maybe it started out that way and then it just deteriorated, but who knows? Here's the thing. I think he also might just like to complain. Like, sometimes you just like to. Sometimes you're just like, man, I really need to bitch about this. And frankly, that's something that I feel like is probably at least worth bitching, and probably a lot of people do want to hear. The biggest thing is like, and I think this is his biggest like, bro, let it go, like, is that you're too slow of a writer. You are literally getting pissed off at your fans for asking you, so like, hey, you're getting kind of up there in age. Like, are you gonna finish the book, before you're gone? Like, and it's not like, yeah, you can be offended by that, but it's not untrue. Like, you only live a certain amount of time. You are not exactly like the most healthy looking person, so I can't imagine you're like necessarily like super fit or eating super healthy. I don't know if George R.R. Martin smokes or not, but like, who knows? I don't know how much he drinks. Like, there's lots of factors that could be bringing you closer to your end. That is not just you getting literally older. And I do think he's like, is he in his 70s? How old is George R.R. Martin? How old is George R.R. Martin? Yeah, he's 77 years old. Like, what do you want? At a certain point, you may not even, like, even if you don't, like, okay, let's assume he lives to be over 100. He's not gonna be writing still at that point, I would hope. Because, like, it's probably gonna be nonsensical. The man's 100. Like, you know what I mean? Does he spend a lot of time on Reddit complaining about football? That's hilarious. Does he actually? Like, George R.R. Martin himself spends a lot of time on Reddit complaining about football? Oh, I'm really glad to hear that. I will try to see if he can like more. The thing is he's not on his own social medias very often. Normally, like, he's either looking at them through mine or like literally I'm showing him stuff because he helps me manage the channels or all the pages and everything. So like except for, I guess the only one he doesn't really help me out with at all is Instagram because he doesn't have access to that one. But like he helps on Facebook, he helps on YouTube with like going through and liking things for me and like responding to like basic comments that are like easy ones he can answer that doesn't really necessarily need me to answer, but most of the time it is me. If you get a lengthy comment, it's me. If you also get one of those like, awesome, thanks, that's also me. Yeah, I agree with you, Star Fury. I do think he kind of like, I think that he is at this point like, oh my God, I have so many people putting pressure on me at this point. I just can't finish this book. Geomax, I'm doing quite well. Yeah, we got our Fallout content. I'm waiting on my securatrons to dry. Right now, I've darkened their face panels because I realized that their faces are also that blue tone, which is what I've done on their bodies. And so I need that to finish drying. It's a wash, so it's taking a little bit of time. Thankfully, it's warm enough in the garage right now that we're nearing the point where we can start working on them again. Like for example, he's almost dry. There's a little bit of sheen still in the very innermost portion of his mouth and his eyes on Yes Man here. Still want to focus? There, you can kind of see it. But like, so we have Yes Man here, and so I'm letting his face finish drying. It's almost ready. And then we'll be able to start working on some things. And what I think I'm gonna do next is we're gonna black the arm, like rubber. I think we're gonna actually do this on the belly rubber as well. And then we're going to do it on the wheel, of course. And then we're gonna black out anything else that also needs to be metallic. So that's the next plan. Yeah, Fallout's great, isn't it? I agree. He is the best. Like, I try to tell him that every day. All right, we're at 2:30. Should I go ahead and... Ooh, you think Culkin's gonna maim somebody in tomorrow's episode? I think that's probably likely. I assume by this point, because it's been like, what, 3 episodes since we saw the Legion? So I think we're due to see them again. That would be cool. We've seen the explosion that's happened in the trailer, but we have not seen Macaulay Culkin's character stabbing anybody. And I still think he is the doctor, the Mormon doctor that you can, if you play Fallout New Vegas. I don't remember where you pick him up specifically off the top of my head. Like, I feel like it's really like, should be very straightforward, but I just don't remember. But there is a blonde Mormon that you can, if you're playing Fallout New Vegas and you're doing the Legion ending, and you can give him to Kaisar. And because he's a doctor and Kaisar has brain tumor, he can actually prolong Kaisar's life. Now, the canon ending for Kaisar is that he lives, if you go that route and you end up giving him this doctor who he ends up basically making, I think he does make him a legate, but he's definitely his personal physician. Like, he's the Kaisar's personal physician. He does prolong Kaisar's life for a number of years. However, Kaisar still does die. And then there's still the fall of his empire because there's a split, which is what we're seeing. But I don't know if that means we're actually in a Kaisar ending. Like, in theory, we could be in a Yes Man ending. And what ended up happening is Yes Man was kind of like just coasting and like sort of keeping the status quo. And every other month, what happens is because he can't say no to anybody. So NCR comes in, speaks to Yes Man, goes, hey, could you do this, buddy? And he's like, all right, cool, I'll do that. Yes, sir. And then, a month later, Kaisar's Legion comes up and goes, we demand that you do this. And he's like, okay, yes, sir. And then so he starts doing what Kaisar wants him to do. And then the NCR comes back and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. We told you to do this. What are you doing? And he's like, oh, I can do that again. Yes, sir. And so he just keeps back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And honestly, I do think that's what they're kind of implying in the show a little bit, if I'm honest, because there's a specific scene in episode 5 where the ghoul goes into a bar in Freeside or somewhere nearby, and he speaks to the bartender there, and the bartender is talking about how it's just another change of management, and he goes NCR Legion, NCR Legion, NCR, and then he says robots or whatever, and my assumption is that the robots is Yes Man, and then there's that back and forth between NCR and the Legion and everything, and that's because they're maybe talking with Yes Man, who knows, but that's my theory. And that is not an originally me theory, that is based off of stuff that I've seen online, what other people have discussed about, etc., etc., etc. See, Geomax, I like being able to have the week-to-week episodic discussion so that we can theorize and chat about what's going on. So while I totally get the wanting to just binge it all in one go, I think I prefer I think I prefer what doing the individual episodes each week does for the community. As opposed to what Netflix does, where they do when One Piece season 2 drops, it's just gonna drop all at once. I'm not gonna watch it all at once. I'm gonna pace myself. And I hate that they drop it all at once because it means that so many it makes me feel obligated to rush watching it instead of pacing myself, actually getting to absorb the full episode. But I'm also one of those people that really likes to sit there and critique and theorize and and just generally discuss the choices that the directors, actors, writers, etc. have made in the episode. Why did we get to see this random taco place in episode 5? Or was it 4? I can't remember now. I think it was 5. Where Hank kidnapped the quack doc. What was the point of that? Is that something from another game? Is that something from an upcoming game? I don't remember that from New Vegas. Was that content that they're bringing to life because they can? What's going on? Yeah, no, it's to each their own. I think it's just for me personally, I really like watching it episode by episode because I like having that conversation. No, don't worry, no problem. I wasn't actually even talking about spoilers. I was more just talking about how the difference between how Netflix and how Netflix is dropping One Piece and how Amazon is dropping Fallout. That's all I was talking about. You feel like you have a lot to watch of the Fallout? Have you not watched any of it yet, Northman? Pertwee was your first doctor? Damn, nice. My first doctor was Eccleston. The 9th. That was my introduction to Doctor Who. But I'm also not in the UK. Oh, only 2 episodes? Okay, that's not bad. I'm gonna do a head crack here in a second. I found a good spot behind my ear that I'm rubbing right now. And so if you get a really loud popping noise in your ear in a moment, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna whip my head back and forth, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Oh, yes, okay. That felt great. Are you dry? You're not quite, but you should be. Okay, you do look dry. I need to inspect their faces in the video games. Where is that reference? There we go. Okay, they're actually more of a gray screen, so that's fine. I still want that blue in there a little bit to give them a tint. And we will do some cleanup because it'll give that recess and I think it'll pop really nicely. Okay, what are we gonna do next? All right, we're gonna do some of the black. Okay, am I happy with the blue? I think I'm happy with the blue. I'm gonna stand up. I'm playing with him on the table. That looks pretty good. Do I like how... Here, I'll put... I guess I won't because I'm standing onto it. I will stand on this side and I'll turn this camera back on. So I think basically what I'm doing is I'm gonna only really ever ultimately be looking at these models from this angle. Them being on a tabletop in front of me and me standing above them. Because more than likely, the main point where I'm gonna look at them is using them in a game. Like I am probably never gonna be looking at them this close again post me having finished painting them in their entirety. So I really like the way he looks at this distance. I think he needs another wash. I think he's too bright. And I like the way that this one is. You can even kind of tell here. Let me get them on the same level. Yeah, see how like he's got a little bit of the darker, and you can see those highlights a bit more, and this is a little bit more blended. Like, I mean, it could work. It could work. No, I need to make Yes Man a little bit darker. Like, he's still gonna not get as much rust as the basic Securatron is, but you can never use your phone or computer for reference when painting. You always end up referencing the pictures in books, Dreamer Warhammer, but unfortunately you have too many codexes in art books. That's fair. That makes sense. I mean, like, if you have good like physical reference, I mean, I would definitely recommend that. The problem is I don't have any physical reference of Fallout. Like, I have one Fallout art book, was the word I was looking for, that I know of, but I guess there would probably be Securatrons in it. I don't know if there is though. I also don't know if it's in color. I think it might be black and white. It was do you remember when Fallout 3 came out and they had the collector's edition, and with it came this little like cloth bound book that was like a little art book that detailed like concept art for the game? Later, Rob. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was lovely to have you here. See you later. Yeah, if you happen to be back on before the end of the stream, we'll see you then. But if not, have a good rest of your day and a lovely hobby night. Okay. There we go. Got one final crack out. Where is... I didn't bring my water out here at all. Well, whoopsie daisy. That's fine. I'll get some on my break. I'm gonna take that in about 15 minutes anyways. So, let's get this wash back out because we need to darken. We need to darken Yes Man. Do I do it with the wash or do I do it with the original color? Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a cheeky little test. I'll have to thin this a lot because it's more pigmented. No, it's gonna fill it in too much. I can already imagine. I've tried doing this before. It never goes as I hope. I'm just gonna do the wash. Okay. Basically, I'm just trying not to overlap too much on that one highlighted edge. Because that's the edge I like the way that looks. Oh, God damn it. Okay, well, I think I fixed it. I think we saved it. Basically, I'm kind of spot highlighting him at this point. The only real model Warhammer in Second World War. So you only really model Warhammer in Second World War. Got it. So you have a lot of physical references for your models. That makes complete sense to me. That makes complete sense to me. Honestly, a lot of the guys at my scale model club also use a lot of physical reference for most of their historical stuff too. So I completely get that. And honestly, even when I was in college and doing stuff for like comics, I had a lot of physical reference for the stuff that I was using to reference for my artwork and everything. So I get that, and I definitely understand why you might prefer it. Both sides. It didn't end up as bad. But the other side did. Oh well. It's okay. He's gonna get a little bit of weathering, and he is an old robot who's still gonna be a little dirty and jank. There we go. Got that. Oh, and then one thing I do want to do on both of them is darken the ends of their guns. Don't know how well this will stay, especially on this guy where they're facing down, but hopefully it'll dry a little darker in there. There we go. Okay. That is looking good. I immediately like that more. What the fuck is happening there, though? A weird line. Okay, we'll have to fix that. I'm gonna do that right now because I'm stressed about it. A little bit of this too. Thanks, Robert. that. Let's do some blending. Because I hate that line that's happening. Why is it doing that? Did I get something in my brush? I'm gonna just use a clean, fresh brush. Dry brush effect? Thank you so much for subscribing. Soul Ray 25 Gaming. Welcome to the channel. I am give me a second, chat. I will be back focused on you guys in a second. I have no idea what the fuck is happening on this model and I need to fix it. So give me a moment. Beautiful thing going and it's just ruined now. Don't pull it so far back that you fucking re-expose what you were trying to cover in the first place, Angela. Okay, I think what I need to do is I need to go with a slightly darker blue to blend this better. I'm real peeved at myself for this. Like, holy moly. What is the most outrageous, unusual Warhammer lore you want to come to pass? You would love to see a fallen Primarch back in the Imperium. That would be kind of cool, like seeing one of the Primarchs, like one of the demon Primarchs back. I don't think that's the direction they're ever gonna go, unfortunately. I think if that was to happen, I think Magnus makes the most sense to come back. But I don't actually have high expectations of that. My favorite, let's see, what is my favorite anime that is darker than the premise actually suggests? I don't know about like what I would say was like darker than the premise. Okay, you know, actually I do have one. The newest Digimon series is darker than I ever would have thought it would be, considering it's a Digimon series. Not to say that Digimon can't go dark or anything, and like Pokemon does too. I just wasn't quite expecting this show to be as dark as it is. I'm doing just some very specific highlighting here real quick, chat. Just allow me to fuss. Allow me to fuss for a little bit longer. I'm way overdoing this, but I'm locked in. I'm locked in and I can't stop. Nope, it's still too bright. Fuck, what do I do? I think. Oh my gosh, okay. I need to let that dry, but I think I may have fixed it. Maybe. It's looking really good from this angle. I hope that's how it all dries. Sorry, I was stressed about that. Quite a bit. So much so that it is almost time for my break. Madoka Magic? That's true. Oh, another anime that gets way darker than the premise, Princess Tutu. And if you've never watched Princess Tutu, and especially if you like Madoka Magic, or if you like dark shoujo fantasy, dear God, watch Princess Tutu. It is so good. But yeah, Princess Tutu also is a lot darker than you would think. But yeah, the new Digimon is totally way darker than... Yeah, Digimon beat something. What is it? What's the new one called? I'm watching it right now. It's so good. I fucking cried. I fucking cried, guys. Digimon. Digital monsters. Digimon are the champions. Beat Break. Digimon Beat Break, way darker than I expected it to be. I went into it going like, oh, this is gonna be Digimon, you know, like, yeah, sure, they may end up like in the Digiverse or like, you know, there's gonna be combat, it's gonna be like dark as like, you know, Pokemon gets sometimes on there, like where they don't go super dark. There's still like some moments that are dark, but not like that dark. No. Not in this one. Not in this one. Oh, thanks. I have not freshly redyed it, actually. It's, I've had multiple washes since my last redye, and I feel like you can start seeing it in the roots, but thank you. Thank you for not noticing those and complimenting me anyways. Pokemon is dark if you actually read the Pokemon entrance, like the Pokedex entrances, because like half of like the dark and or psychic or ghost Pokemon, my apologies, are like will steal the souls of children, or are the stolen souls of children, or like were drawn out by like, or like the lamented like past of like sorrowful Digimon or something, or like there's fucking Cubone, who is like a, I think, baby Kangaskhan who puts the head of its dead mother on its like the Cubone entry is it wears the head of its dead mother because it was murdered as a baby and now that's all it has left, blah, 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 blah. And it's so sad. And if you actually like read the entrance, like a lot of the Pokedocs, there's like Drifloon, I think like steals children. Like not even the souls of children, just like straight steals children or people. I think it just might drift off with them. It just like kidnaps people. I can't remember what like Gengar, Haunter, and Gengar, Haunter, and Ghastly's. I said that in reverse. I said it reverse from like the max form to its baby form. Yeah, Cubone was dark. There's a lot of them that are dark. There's also like if you actually like, there was a leak of like a bunch of lore that was like canon for Pokemon. It's kind of like in their like Bible, but they don't actually like say, but they like reference. And like people are technically Pokemon, I think, in the Pokemon verse. Like people marry Pokemon all the time in the Pokeverse. That's how we get certain Pokemon. From my understanding, according to like some of that lore. I think they've scrubbed that. I don't know if they're actually using it anymore, but it definitely was like a weird controversy that happened for a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely a dark series. Darker than you anticipate, but it doesn't really, they don't focus on it. The Digimon one, they're like going with it. They're like focusing on it a little bit. And that's what I think, that's why I'm describing it as dark. And that's the same thing with like Princess Tutu. Like at first you're like, oh, this is gonna be a cute story about a duck that turns into a little girl because she wants to dance and she's fulfilling that fantasy. And now we're gonna get to see all the cute little shenanigans that duck goes through as a little girl learning to do ballet. No, that is not what you are watching, and it gets way fucking darker than that, and holy shit. Yeah. He's definitely one of the most emo Pokemon. He was definitely the emoest Pokemon at the time. All right, guys, it is 3 o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and take my 15-minute break, and then I will be back. And by that point, we'll be able to check and see if my Okay, yeah, I do think I fixed it. God, that was hideous. What was happening? But I think I've fixed my robots, so I'm gonna go step away from them for a moment. And when I come back, we'll continue working on my robots. All right? Sound good for everybody? Sick. All right, see you guys in 15 minutes. Hello, everybody. I have returned. Thank you. Thank you. I did have a good break. Thank you. Let's get back to painting. Shall we? Oh, hold on. I need to do my stand. Do I like the way it's better? I think I fixed it. I still really actually like the way the other guy looks better. But it'll be fine. I'm just gonna move on because if I don't move on, I'm gonna go insane trying to correct it. I'm gonna use a dark gray on their rubber bits and then put a black wash over top of it because I don't wanna do cleanup on the actual arms where I got blue because I'm feeling lazy. And I don't want Doom Metal. No, I do not want Doom Metal. And I just think this will work better. Death Doom Black, no. Death Reaper, maybe. Dungeon Stone Gray. No, I don't think so. I wish I had that, I think it's like a Vallejo color, and it's literally called like Rubber Black, because that's literally what I'm looking for. I think this will work. Death Reaper, I think will work. Does Duncan have a rubber? Master green, that is a green. That's Doom Metal again. Stop picking that up, Angela. You know that's what's there. Scorched Earth. That's gonna be brown. That might be actually not bad. Cold Corpse Blue. Why does that look so purple? Let's see this. Hello, Nighthawk. How you doing? How are you doing? Okay, this one's doing the thing where it doesn't want to shake for me at all. I guess let me provide you a lovely view. Okay. Man, sometimes the paint gets really thick and I can't hear the like little steel ball that's in there rattling around. So I don't feel like I'm getting a good enough emulsion, which is why I'm going back to the vortex mixer. Oh, actually, I should let you guys know because you all are actually sometimes the folks that ask me the most often about some of the tools and such that I use. On my link tree, I've now opened a shop side. None of it is stuff that I've made or anything. I've just basically put some of my Amazon affiliate links for some of the products that I use most often. Right now in the hobby side, I've got a couple of the brush sizes from a brand that I really like. None of these are sponsored. Like everything that's in there is literally just my affiliate link from Amazon for those products. So if you happen to click on those and purchase them, Amazon gives me a little kickback. That's all it is. But if you are interested ever in like either whatever games I'm currently playing and you want to like check them out or like pick it up for yourself, or if you are wanting to know what hobby products I use, I'm going to be trying to update that fairly like regularly, like not super often, and I still need to add some things to the hobby products. But like I think I have the Army Painter Fanatics paints on there because I really like those ones. I haven't been using them a huge amount on these guys because I have a little bit of a wider selection with Duncan colors, but if you're especially just getting into painting or like wanting to expand your collection with a lot of like really solid, just like basic ranges, there's lots of good stuff to get out of that. So, okay, that's moving pretty well. I guess this one isn't either, actually. Can you hear the vortex mixer vibrating my table? I think does that look more like rubber? Okay, we're definitely gonna go with this one. Great, and that was Death Reaper, I believe. Cool, 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 cool. Let me clean my brush. You can? Excellent. Now pretend it's something else. Okay, let's go ahead. And we're gonna paint. The other reason that I'm doing this in opaque, outside of the other reason I gave earlier, is that I would like to make it a little more obvious which areas I want to paint with metallic later, and then which ones actually I want to be this color tone. So that is the other benefit. Yeah, this was a pretty good pick actually for this rubber tone. I forgot the size of your wheels had the H&H tools or Robco or something like that. Exactly. Man, all these little grooves are so sharp that it actually really, like in all the text that's on here, it really doesn't want to stick. The paint doesn't want to stick. I'm convinced I didn't do a good enough job washing these, which I feel like I always end up doing. Like, even though I think I'm constantly really thorough, I never end up, oh, I should get the table cam back up. There we go. Even though I feel like I'm really thorough, I like never end up cleaning them well enough, and I always feel like my paint never sticks the first time around. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I really, really do feel like you just need to wash them with soap. Maybe I'm just not getting enough of the soap off. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. We'll just do an extra thorough job on the next batch. So that's maybe I can stop having this problem. Okay. We've got that on the tire. Now we're gonna do it on his arms. I don't have any paint on my hand. No. And I am gonna be a little careful about this because I don't want to splatter onto the blue too much. If we can avoid it. I think my neighbors are listening to music loud, or somebody is listening to music really loudly in their car or their garage, because I can hear the thump of the bass coming through. I don't think you guys will be able to hear it, but it is loud. Thank you. Have we seen his brother? We don't know, technically, if we've seen the brother yet or not. Like, they haven't said specifically if we've seen the brother or not. There is a theory that I really like where, so we know that house has been using spoilers, which I think is kind of not like really a spoiler, but technically would be a spoiler because it is information that is confirmed in episode 5. So if you don't want to hear that, plug your ears now. But very briefly, when we learned that House has a body double, we did not confirm necessarily that that body double is not House's brother. There is canon that House's brother, like, I think either dies or disappears at one point. Like, I think there's like information about it in New Vegas somewhere. I can't remember exactly. And In theory, you could argue that the reason he disappeared is because he took on a job of being the body double for his for House, for Robert, and therefore, because he was already kind of like, he was kind of, I think canonically, House's brother was a little bit mad, like in like a cuckoo sort of way, and so I could believe him like agreeing to like some like scheme where he pretends to be Robert House, because like I think he was like functionable but like kind of kooky. So who knows? Could be, could not be. Not really sure it ultimately matters in the long term of things. Like, I don't think we're gonna ever visit living like old world House again. Okay, is there anything else that I should paint in this like dark gray black? I don't think so. I think everything else that needs to be painted black is just gonna get painted black when we do the wash or the glazing over top of this. So it's just the arms on the other securatrons we need to worry about. After we're done with Yes Man, of course. Still have a little bit more to paint on him. Looks good. And we miss a little bit of right there. Clean that up a little bit. Definitely that, because we did not paint it at all. There. I think that looks good. Just a little bit on the wheels that I missed on the very bottom. Okay, I think that looks better. I'm gonna do the center. It looks like the same kind of tubing type stuff that I feel like is on his arms, so I'm just gonna go with it. It just makes sense to me. It's gonna be ended up being a little rusted anyways. It might just be metal though. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll pull up a picture of Yes Man here in a moment. We'll see. Actually, it is probably good that we're doing this in this color tone, even if it is a metallic. Because we do need to be careful about like the underside, and I think this is giving me some guidance. For a just cleaner look. Wow, I felt like I went a little Macho Man there for a minute. Ooh, yeah. I'm really focused on not getting this color on a section of the blue that I need to stay blue. So give me a second, chat. Give me a second. Oh my goodness, please. Angela's the fucking underside, get over it. Okay. I think I'm done. That is, I think, gonna be everything. Let me just inspect him. Is that a bit of white? Okay, I think that looks good. Focus. Focus. Not on the background, damn it. There we go. Yeah. So let's go ahead and now do the securatron. Yeah, right? It's looking pretty good so far. No, what is, oh, thank God. I just had like a little dot of like paper or something on his shoulder and I was like, no, did I get white on it? I did not. I did not, thankfully. I just had a little scrap of, I think, like, my paper towel that I've been drying my brush on. Okay, got a little bit more of my Dark Reaper onto the base, or onto my palette. And I think this time I'm gonna start with his belly casing and work my way down. I guess I'll start with his arms and work my way down. I'm a little waterier on this one for the application, and I think it's working pretty well. I think I'm still gonna try to dry brush. I do a very controlled dry brush on these after I give them their black wash. Because I imagine they're gonna get a little bit darker than I'm gonna be happy with. But I'm anticipating that, so that's fine. It will be fine. You were looking for Warhammer, but this works too. I'm not painting anything Warhammer at the moment. Do I have anything upcoming Warhammer that I might be painting? Not off the top of my head. I'm painting Maxon for a tutorial, like an actual like real tutorial. And I just planned a bunch of different stuff with Shay, and one of them is Warhammer related, but we're not doing anything with Warhammer painting. We're gonna be playing some more Total War Warhammer, but we're gonna be doing it live, and I'm really excited about that. I'll have more information about that coming up soon. That will be happening before the end of the month, though. Probably on a Wednesday. So just probably on the 28th, in fact. It's definitely happening on the 28th. So mark it in your calendars. Shay and Angela playing some Total War Warhammer live. Just pretend these are some like Mechanicus bot. All right, arms are looking good. Let's do his stomach cabling, or casing, I guess. The reason I think the center section that I'm painting right now is actually metal rather than the same material as like the wheel or the arms is because it's really rust looking in some of the reference I have. So, however, I think this will give me a little bit of a better coverage even than the wash that I'm going to do on the other things, so I think it'll end up being worthwhile. She says, hoping that what she is saying is not bullshit, and her just compensating for the fact that this is taking a little while. And there we go. There we go. Spin them right around. Oh my god, I'm being so dumb. I should have him on the freaking handle so I'm not hurting my hand as much. You're still into Battletech, so the robots are adjacent. There you go. Wasn't there something new coming out for BattleTech, and not just like the BattleTech Gothic, but like something for the main game or something like that? Am I misremembering that? Has that come out and is it cool? Have you tried it? Or was it just new like units or something like that, like a new faction? Yeah, I think it's coming along pretty nice as well. Thank you, Brendan. We're gonna be doing co-op with AI. She still hasn't played the game that much, so we are going to... We're either going to be starting our Slaanesh campaign over just so that we can kind of refresh ourselves on it and play a little longer, or we will pick up where we left off in our video that we did a while ago. But I was really pleased with how well that actually did, that you guys were interested in seeing us game together. So that's my plan. I'm actually going to be streaming with her over on her pages on the spicy side of things on this Sunday. So that'll also be exciting. If you're into that kind of thing. I'm also having a solo spicy stream on Saturday. Hers is going to be actually more like Hangout, but we're going to be dressed sexy. And we're gonna be baking. I'm really excited, actually. And mine's gonna be one of my typical spicy streams. Which I always have a lot of fun at. It's always a good time, so I hope to see you there. Mine will be starting at 3 p.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent, on Saturday, I believe is what my tentative start time will be. I'll make further announcements about that soon. And then hers, I believe, is going to be at 1. But again, I'll make official announcements about that soon. My stomach just growled. I must be hungry. I had a snack. I don't know why. I don't know why it's growling. I had a snack. On my break. Coolio. That looks good. Inspection. Let's get the arm. I missed that rivet. Okay. I think that's good. All right, Yesman's looking pretty good. I think he's dry. I definitely had a little bit of splotchiness because of how sharp some of those edges are. But I think we'll be able to fix that soon. Nice. Yeah, you'll have a busy weekend, won't you? Oh yeah? Nice. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Oh yeah, because it's LA, it's the Rams versus the Seahawks, you said, right? Also, hold on, I'm gonna briefly pop off camera. I'm gonna lower this a smidge. I felt like I had a lot of headroom. Is that? Yeah, that's a bit better. I don't feel like I was like I had so much room. You're a Broncos fan yourself, so next weekend's gonna be fun. Are the Broncos also playing next weekend? Okay, we need Black Templar. Black Templar. Rams are coming to Seattle? Cool. Should be exciting. Oh, that was a good crack. AFC side is Broncos versus Patriots. The Patriots are still constantly up there, are they? I guess it makes sense, doesn't it? Growing up, my family was a Patriots household. An evil empire is the Yanks. The evil empire is the Yanks. Yeah. Hello, Weak Kit Clown? Wicket Clown? Is it Wicket Clown? Hello. I hope I said your name correctly. How are you doing? You can't stand the Patriots? Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? That has been... I've always heard that. I think that's like... If you aren't a Patriots fan, you hate the Patriots. In more ways than I feel like other teams sometimes get. Like, oh, you're not my team. But it's like with the Patriots, I feel like it's like, oh, you're the Patriots? I like every other team more than you. I just assume it's because of their, okay. Wicket Clown, excellent, cool. I'm glad I said it correctly. I normally butcher people's names, so I'm always very proud of myself when I actually do it correctly. So I'm glad to hear it. Please don't blotch. Please don't. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that, paint. Okay. I'm gonna let that dry on him before I move forward because I want to make sure that it looks good before I waste my time doing it on everybody else. That's my plan. Who is the Rams quarterback? You hate the Patriots because your ex-wife's hall pass was Tom Brady. That's great. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, that's so funny. I bet, you know, he's probably, unfortunately, he's not mine. But I definitely would not be surprised if he was many a wife's hall pass. Matt Stafford. I apologize. That name means nothing to me. Like, he would have said that, and if you had not given me the context prior that he was a quarterback for the Rams, I would have been like, who? Who is this man? I know very little about football. Like, I get the basics of how the game is played. I understand, like, dear God, is there a lot of gambling around it? And I get the breakdown of the two leagues and how those kind of alternate and like that kind of stuff. Like I get the nuances of everything, I feel like, in like a generalized term, but I do not know like details about like players or like what they're famous for really, in like, with the exception of like, I know Tom Brady because it's Tom Brady. But like literally, oh, and I know, I don't remember his name, so can I actually claim that I know him? Probably not. But I know Taylor Swift's like fiance is also a football player, I believe. I don't even remember who he is for. You've hated the Patriots since 2001, mostly because of Tom Brady. I mean, listen, the man was good at the game. He was really fucking good at the game. You have to go, George. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was lovely to have you in chat, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Have a good night. Oh, trust me. Trust me. I am aware of what Raiders fans can be like. Oh my gosh. When the Raiders left Oakland and went to Vegas, dude, it sucked for everybody around here. Like, they were devastated. Like, those fans were pissed. They felt so betrayed. I felt so bad for them. But yeah, that was tough. That was tough. I mean, it really sucked too because Oakland lost, the Raiders, the A's, and technically the 49ers are really not out of SF anymore. They are a San Jose team. Based off where their stadium is. Technically a Santa Clara team, I think, because technically the stadium I think is in Santa Clara, but whatever. I am rubbing my head a lot because I actually have a little bit of a tension headache, I think, happening on like the right side of my brain? The right side of my head is what I meant to say. And like, there's a tender spot. It's so tender. I don't know why. Are my glasses? No, I don't think that my glasses are putting pressure there. It's like above it. It's like right above where my glasses sit against my head is so sore right now, and I have no idea why. Okay, how's this black drying? I think it's done exactly what I want, and it's dry enough that I think I can move it around and not have to worry about it. Are the Sharks actually out of San Jose? Yes. Yes, the San Jose Sharks are actually out of San Jose. Their stadium is in like the middle of downtown. I've been to the stadium actually for some pro wrestling events. I believe, I can't remember now if it was AEW or NXT. Actually, it may have been a Raw. Oh, I know what it was. So I was at the Sharks Stadium for Raw after Mania when Mania happened in San Francisco for like whatever number Mania that was. It's a really nice stadium, actually. I've never been to a Sharks game, but I really like hockey. I don't watch it very often. I'm not like a hockey mega fan in any capacity. I couldn't tell you a single like actual player on any of the current teams. I could probably like randomly name you maybe like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I I don't even know if I could necessarily name you a team outside of the Sharks and maybe like the Montreal. Oh, I don't even remember what the Montreal team's name is now. And now the only thing I keep thinking of when I say the word Montreal is the Montreal Screwjob, and that's not relevant to this conversation. But it's the only thing I'm like, Montreal Screwjob. That's the only thing that's coming to my brain whenever I think of the word or like the city Montreal. What is the hockey team out of Montreal? Are the Giants and the Jets not actually out of New York? Are they out of like New Jersey or something like that? Or just another city in New York? Like in the state. Yeah, it's Montreal, Canada. But like, is the hockey team called Montreal? They're just called the Montreal Canadiens? Oh. Is that why? That must be why I was like blanking on it. Because that sounds too like basic. Like it's too straightforward is really what I mean by when I say basic. And like I'm like, oh, that makes too much sense. Okay. So yeah, the Montreal Canadiens then. The team facilities are across the river in Jersey. I love when that shit happens. That's so funny. It's so dumb. But I get why that is like, why you might not consider them New York teams then. That's so funny. Are there stadiums at least in New York? Like I get there for their training facilities and like HQ buildings might be in New Jersey. It's probably cheaper rent, and who knows, it might even be more lucrative for them on a tax thing, like as a business. But surely their stadiums are in New York. The Toronto Maple Leafs, yes. I was also like, what is the other city that I'm like, I know that I've heard the name of the team a lot, but I'm blanking on it because again, I'm not like, I like hockey, I like watching it. I've been to a couple of live hockey games and they were awesome. And hockey is one of the few ones that I can watch on TV and not like get super bored. Because most of the time when I'm watching sports, I really do actually prefer to watch them live. Okay, I have darkened the sections that I need to with the black. What I'm gonna do now is go back in with some more black still, thinning it a little bit, but this is going to be mostly over the things that we haven't painted yet, because these are gonna be metallic. And again, we're just gonna be a little careful when we get up near any place where there's gonna be blue. New York has the Buffalo Bills, the Jets, and the Giants. Shouldn't the Buffalo Bills be from like a more Midwestern state? Because that's where like I mean, I guess there's Buffalo, New York, so never mind. I just associate buffaloes with the animal, which I really associate with like the Midwest. Like I associate with the Great Plains states. All right, yes, man, let me paint your antenna. Very good, very good. Excellent. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I think I'm gonna. No, Angela, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Just keep working on them. What is the normal amount of washes I apply to a model? Honestly, it's really dependent on what the model is and the effect that I'm wanting to go with. I've done a fair amount of layers of back and forth on the securatrons so far. Like, he has had multiple layers of blue. I put maybe 2 coatings of the dark gray on before I did the black wash. I'm gonna do a little highlight on them both once I've done the blacks to bring a little bit of a little bit of a highlight in so that the rubber looks rubbery rather than like a flat black. And then after that, I did like a blue wash on the blues, and I think I layered it at least a couple times on Yes Man because I fucked up. They have a hockey team called the Islanders? That seems contradictory. Oh, nice. Is she live on Twitch right now doing a workout stream? That's excellent. Is she doing pole workout or is she just doing normal workout? How many bots run in a group? So the way that Fallout's units work is each individual character is its own unit. But basically, okay, so the way, at least in Fallout Wasteland Warfare, the way that it works is you can activate any one of your units, but you can have them hold. And then when it comes to your turn again, you can activate another one. And if you wanted, you could have that character hold. And so now you've got two units with actions waiting to be taken. And then let's say it gets to your turn again in that first round, and so it's your third activation. You finally activate everybody. And that's what you'd have to do, is you'd have to activate everybody who had held with whatever the first activation you do is. So realistically, like if you had like some securatrons and then you had them say running with like, I don't know, a protectron or something like that, or an assaultron or something, you could, in theory, activate the assaultron and both securatrons at the same time. You would just have to hold 2 of them twice and then get to that third one and then activate all 3 of them, and then each of them would be able to do their 2 actions and possibly absolutely wreck face. Who knows? The Islanders are actually on Long Island, so they're legit. Okay, cool. Is Long Island actually an island or is it a peninsula? I'm assuming it's actually an island considering it's called Long Island. But I actually don't know because I've never been there and I've not looked at a map of New York in ages. Am I into Bloodborne? And would I be into the board game minis? So yes, I'm into Bloodborne. I actually have one or two Bloodborne miniatures from was it Cool Mini or Not that did that game, or was it somebody else? I can't remember now. I think it was Cool Mini or Not though. Because actually when I did my original test of the speed paints for the army painter, I used some of the tokens that I had gotten as extra because my store that I was working at the time had just, I think Simon just like gives that stuff out if you place an order a certain amount, especially when you were pre-ordering them. And so I was the buyer at the time. We pre-ordered it. We got these bonus materials come in. And I can't remember if I have the core game or if I just bought the bonus materials because there was an extra miniature that I thought was really cool. It might have been an upgrade actually, now that I think about it. It might have been a paid for upgrade. So I think I bought the upgrades because I wanted the tokens because I thought they were neat. And I wanted the hero character model that they had done in like a sort of a larger scale than even like these guys. So yeah, absolutely. I would totally be into the board game. I mean, I don't know, I haven't looked at the rules of the board game, so I don't know how well it plays, but I liked the video game. And I love the aesthetic. So very, very cool. It is an island? Okay, cool. I assumed it was, considering it's called Long Island. I just genuinely hadn't looked at a map of like the coast of New York in like ages, and I'm like, you know, I actually don't know now. Is it legit an island? Or is this just some bullshit somebody said? All right, let's get back to our black contrast colors. We need to keep working. Dilly-dallying. I don't know where I heard dilly dally shilly shally recently, but it has been stuck in my head and I keep wanting to like say it. And I don't know why. Like, I don't know what about it other than it's kind of fun to say is like compulsing me to want to try to bring it out as a phrase in my conversation. But like I literally had to stop myself. You probably like, it was kind of awkward where I said like dilly dally and then I just didn't say anything else. I really wanted to say shilly shally. Do you ever have that happen where you have like, you're just like, man, I really want to say this word? It's just entertaining to do. You had Pledge of the Time for the Blood Moon box, but you didn't get the other expansions. But the minis were pretty awesome and you don't see enough creators painting them. Oh yeah, no, definitely. That would be super cool to try painting. Like I like Bloodborne, I like the Dark Souls series. And frankly, I've seen the miniatures for like both of those games like that have had adaptations and they're really cool stuff. It's just a matter of kind of getting my hands on them. And I don't know how easy that would be now, because like the Bloodborne game's been out for a while. Although, and Cool Mini or Not, if it was them, is no longer a thing. I don't know who picked up the Bloodborne license, actually. I hope somebody did. I hope that's not gone out of print. It'd be a lot more expensive to get my hands on if that was the case. Thank you so much for subscribing, Eric Dietz. Hopefully I said that correctly. But welcome, it's lovely to have you join us. Okay, we're looking good. We need to let that dry, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a dry brush to add some highlights. I'm spending way too much time on these guys, but I'm really enjoying these fucking robots. Oh my gosh, Angela, you're not done at all. This little antenna. You gotta paint it. What are you doing, girl? What are you doing? Not doing your job is what you're doing. Okay. Perfect. Now he's fine. I look forward to in Fallout when Lucy finally says fuck. She's been saying fudge this whole time, but she's also been getting like progressively more like Wastelander. And so I'm like, come on girl, just drop an F-bomb for me. I need to hear it. I need to hear it. Ooh, what am I doing to my shoe there? Shit. Walking on it bad and ruining it, that's what. So, I think the AI might not, if it's an AI telling you that, like if it's just like Google's like AI bot or whatever telling you that, I mean, it might be accurate still. I mean, Sony is the owner of the original IP. So that is true. However, like, cause they're the publishers of Bloodborne and Dark Souls and all of that. Cool Mini or not, I'm pretty sure was bought because because of the tariffs and a number of other things, but a lot of the tariffs, the board game industry got hit hard by that shit, and CMON went under because of it. They had so many games available that they had not finished fulfilling. Things were getting ridiculously expensive to get from China, which is where all their manufacturing was happening, and all of that. And so, like, from my understanding, Cool Mini or not died. And a lot of their titles got picked up by other people. So I don't know if that means that, like, either that answering your question is wrong or misinformed. Either that could mean that the Bloodborne game is now no longer in print because Sony did not agree to have the license move over to a new business, and therefore those games can't be printed anymore, which would suck. But I unfortunately have a feeling is likely. So that is probably what that means, unfortunately. Oh yeah, the Kickstarter expansions I'm sure are hard to find. Although I bet they're probably still fairly easy to find because there's always people selling their board game collections. Oh man, I'm trying to get that like one really big pop out of my neck, and I'm being very unsuccessful right now, chat. I imagine you'll be able to find it. You just have to look on like Facebook Marketplace or like eBay or something for somebody who's selling their Kickstarter collection. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Are you dry enough? I think it's mostly dry enough. I'm gonna start trying to mix a proper paint for this. So I am gonna use Death Reaper again, but I'm going to mix a little bit of another really light gray in there with it because I want it to be a little bit of a highlight. So I think what we're gonna do is grab Dungeonstone Gray, which is like the tier below it in Duncan's Triptychs, and we're gonna go ahead and combine these two. Okay, I think that's pretty good. This has been working pretty well, by the way. Mostly on like the flat areas, like some of these areas don't work as well, but if it's got a big mass for me to like get the paint off on, it's actually working pretty well. So I'm glad I made it. I'm sure it's gonna be a huge mess of paints in various colors in the very near future as I continue to do stuff, but a little bit of the brighter gray on here because I want to try to graze the company name. Very specifically. Which I think I'm achieving. There we go. That's looking fantastic. Oh. Okay, hold on, maybe a little bit more. Okay, went a little heavy on that, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go back over it with the black. Also, because I'm going to need to anyways, because I missed one of the gaps in between the letters. Oopsie. I think I went a little hard and I might have taken a little bit of paint off. Fixed it. Okay. Okay, so this is what it looks like before a second wash. The sides especially got a bit gray. Hold on, I'm struggling. But I did make the H&H tools pop. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do that next test of what's my brain doing? That's not where my paper towel is. The next wash. Ooh, I'm so excited for your spring seasonal gardening stuff. That's awesome. You guys got some bulbs in at work? Sick. That's awesome. I'm so excited. I got my greenhouse set up. I was showing Shay it actually. You've probably seen the reel that I posted on Instagram and Facebook about that a little bit already, but I'm very happy with how it's coming along. I need to clear out the old greenhouse so that I can put the succulents back into it. But frankly, I'm very pleased. I'm very excited for the spring garden season. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Awesome. Is Miz still doing things? Is he still with WWE? I'm assuming so. But I actually don't know. He has polluted the word awesome for me because I can only now say it. Awesome. Which is totally fine. I actually really like The Miz. Yeah, my mother-in-law actually got that for me for Christmas, which was great of her. And I got it set up about a week and a half ago or so, and started moving stuff into it. So the plan for that one is it's gonna be my main like flower and vegetables garden, and then the other one is gonna be where all my succulents live. That way I can spread them out a little bit more if I need to. Like the succulents need a little bit of different care than a lot of the other plants. And while they were working fine together in like during the summer and everything, what I've realized over the winter is I need to warm up the smaller garden for the succulents because I think a few of them got over wet and over cold and died. I'm really actually quite sad about it. Can I, chat, may I close this screen for a moment and talk to you about a very stupid, what I would consider somewhat a girl problem. But that's something that kind of legitimately made me sad, but I'm determined to try again and to go better next time. That's tied to my gardening. I'm not gonna actually give you, I will give you time to answer that in chat. Thank you, thank you. I'm very excited for it. I do think I like the way the tire's looking. Oh no, I'm almost out of water. I thought I filled this more. Okay, so here's the deal. You might have seen me post about it on my Instagram and Facebook, but I think it was like roughly either September or October, I bought my first like semi-rare succulent plant. It was a type of like, I don't know if, I think the guy told me it was a succulent. I'm not 100% sure it was. It may have been a cactus. Either way, it is a desert plant, okay? And I bought it going into the winter, which may have been a stupid idea, but I was told confidently that it would be fine outside and it would be okay in the colder temperatures. So I believed him. And I don't actually think it was my plant guy's fault in any capacity. I think it was entirely my fault. So I had this beautiful, I'm gonna actually look up what the name of it is off the top of my head because I can't remember, and I wanna like give you the name because it's a really gorgeous, okay, pink and black spiky succulent. Okay, it is not any of those. Oh, this is, damn it. Okay, hold on. I think it's from Thailand. Asian succulent? No. It's like, it's definitely not agave, god damn it. Maybe it's a cactus. Okay, let me pink and black, small round cactus. Cactus. Spell it correctly, Angela. Okay, I don't know what it was. I don't know what kind of plant it was exactly. It was either a cactus or a succulent. I remember it had tiny little spikes on it, but they weren't really like stabby spikes exactly. They were actually rather fragile, and occasionally they would actually bud into a brand new version of this plant. Okay, but here's what happened. It molded, and all of the pink pigment in its coloring completely disappeared. It went entirely soft, and it just like, it like basically shriveled into itself, but it was like really wet. And I definitely saw like mildew or mold or something on it. And I'm so devastated because I only actually watered the plant 3 times since I got it. Because it's succulent, they don't need a lot of water. And it definitely was not behaving in its death steps like it was without water. Like it wasn't shriveling and like being dry and cracking and peeling like what happens to succulents normally when they're dehydrated. It was like overly wet and like basically when you have your hands in water too long and your fingers start to prune, it was kind of doing that. So I definitely think it got overly wet and or had a mold problem in its soil or something, like maybe around its roots, like maybe it got root rot and it got into the plant. I don't know. But I'm so sad because that was the one plant where I was like, all right, I'm actually gonna like spend a pretty like hefty chunk of money on this thing and like hope that I do it right. And I just killed $75. No, I was so sad. But I'm going, hopefully my succulent guy will have some more this spring. I believe he's gonna be back at my market in February, hopefully, fingers crossed. And I mean, the plant maybe could have been defective. There was a little bit of like some discoloring around the roots that I noticed shortly after getting it, like a day or 2 after it. And I did talk to my plant guy about it, but he reassured me it was fine. That was like an okay thing. But I never actually took it to him in person to actually have him look at it. And I think I should have, because I worry that initial like conversation that I had with him about the slightly yellow coloring around the roots may have been an early indicator that it was already having issues. And then I think it got worse because so the reason I think it might have gotten over wet and the mold might have actually been the problem is because I had the door to my greenhouse open during a heavy rain period recently. Whoa, my God, you scared me. And what ended up happening is I think-
Did that scare you?
No, you were already in here. You opening the door though scared the shit out of me, and I think I visibly jumped. Like, I was being very serious. I was talking about the death of my plant. No, you can come back. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I don't want to be alone.
I didn't actually.
No, I know you didn't. I saw you. But I was. But yeah, so that's what happened is I think I left it, I think because the door was open and it wasn't actually right next to the door. It was actually like midway between the back of the greenhouse and where the door actually is. But I'm guessing what happened is I got some wind blowing that pushed the rainwater in. I think it kept it overly wet. And I think that's probably what killed the plant. But that's like really been the only loss in the garden that I've actually felt. Like I've lost a couple other things and I've been a little sad about that. Kita did kill one of my plants, that little shit.
My fault.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was definitely Kita because she ripped it out of the dirt aggressively. And I didn't realize it for like, I think way too long. And I think it went into shock, unfortunately. But beyond that, like honestly, that little pink and black little cactus succulent thing was my biggest loss, my most expensive loss too. But I'm hoping to try again in the spring. And my hope is because like succulents do fine outdoors, even in like the winter weather that we get here in California. I mean, they're really vibrant. Like they grow really well here, right? We got good weather for it. I think the main problem is I know my cellar grows them indoors in like a controlled environment. And I had mine outdoors, and I'm wondering if maybe I didn't give it enough time to acclimate.
I keep telling you, you need to get the deer that take the plants, because this is my problem, okay, folks? Like, some people have heard this rant before. Okay. So she has these plants, right?
Yes.
And she has to, on a daily basis, bring them outdoors for sun and then put them back into the greenhouse at night for protection and such. And so, since the plant requires that, I have to assume in nature, small woodland critters rally together. And together with their little paws, because they don't have opposable thumbs, right? So it's just like little four-fingered things, will come up and together lift the plants together and carry them into little caves. And then in the mornings, carry them back out. Because otherwise, how would the fucking plant survive?
The canopies of the trees.
Canopies of trees can't carry plants.
But
They're
they
rooted to the tree.
But they can shade them from excess water and also drink up with their extensive large root systems the excess moisture from the ground. From the ground, saving the little saplings. Whereas I don't have a big ass tree to do that for my plants. So I gotta do it manually. Why do you think you have talked about how people are like, oh, they want these picturesque landscapes.
Wait.
And not realizing that
Can you help me? Hold on.
Yeah.
You just said you have to do it, right?
Yes.
You're sucking the nutrients and the dirt from the water from the dirt? That makes no sense.
Yes.
Say.
Yeah, I am. I'm a green witch. A swallow could carry it by the stem. See, there you go.
They're supporting my questions. The swallow is the woodland critter.
Gosh, don't support his. No, you gotta back me up. You guys, see, you're actually not allowed to be on streams because they're starting to back you up more than they're backing me up. No, don't leave.
The pet.
No, that's actually not actually, but if you were gonna leave me, I was gonna grab it from you. Collapsible swing?
Awning.
Oh, awning. I can't read words.
No, you can't.
I don't know if I've actually seen the word awning spelt out. Like, I know the word. I don't know if...
Hold on, you grew up in the 90s.
No. I know the word. I just don't know if I've actually, like, seen it spelled. Like, I don't think I've seen it, like, literally, like... I don't know if I've read a book where they said the word awning, for example. And I don't know if I've ever looked at an awning in a store where I've read the word describing it. Or I might just be dumb.
You never saw the ads from the 90s for, like, I don't remember the name of the company, but it was like the Sunstrider retractable awnings.
I do, but I don't remember them
like
seeing.
Doug even made a joke.
No, I do remember those. I do remember
they had the name of the company on screen.
Yeah, but I don't think I paid attention to that. I was like a teenager, and I mean, you know how I read words now.
If you were not a teenager in 1998.
Cool, then I was even younger, and I really wouldn't have cared about the company's name.
What the hell? What were you paying attention to during the commercial breaks of The Price is Right when you were at home playing sick from school?
I was watching, I think, is it Maury? I think my mom had Maury on in the background.
Yeah, Maury's on from 10 till 11, but when 11 comes on, you put Price is Right on.
I don't
Bob
remember.
Barker version.
I don't remember if I watched that much of like that when I played sick. I also didn't play sick very often. Awnings make you want to yawn. I do see what you did there. Well, so that's the problem. The greenhouse was still covered. Like, it had a roof over it. It's just that I had the door open.
But critters to carry the things to and fro.
Oh my God. I just didn't close the door, so water was getting in at an angle through the open door.
And we all know that plants are incapable of taking water at an angle. Their pores are only susceptible to hydration perpendicular. I'm gesturing with my hands in the background.
I couldn't handle it. I had to like go face down because I couldn't handle it.
You asked me to stay.
And I like that you stayed. I'm so hungry. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry too.
Okay, I think I'm at a good stopping space. I know I have about.
I don't know. They're just saying it's a great stream, and now you're gonna make.
No, okay, no, I'm not gonna go then. I'm not gonna go then. Can you go? Can I eat on stream?
We're gonna eat. We're gonna have dinner in like 20 minutes.
I know. I was gonna cook the tamales. I was just gonna cook the tamales and then eat the tamale. I know, isn't he great?
You must learn discipline.
Okay, fine. I'm learning discipline. That's my discipline.
See, you can only zenithal water.
I can.
That's where the word comes from. Zenith and waterfall. Zenithal.
So you're telling me when I do a zenithal prom, I need to dump water onto my model?
No, dear, it's a metaphor.
Oh.
Why do you take everything so seriously? You don't have to be literal about everything.
Because I don't know. It's a problem. I actually do have this problem. I do take things really, really literally. I mean, you guys have noticed it because you'll make.
Now I'm concerned you're taking me literally instead of understanding that I'm calling you out for the absurdity that I've been doing.
Oh no, I know that you're calling me out for the absurdity.
Just checking.
Yeah. No. I know. Sometimes though, I can be dense and I don't always get it. I know. But no, in this instance, I do actually realize that. Yeah, you're right. I need a zenithal watering pattern. I need to make sure that I'm turning on and off the sun for them at regular hours. And of course, I need to shift them 30 degrees.
Suck the stuff out of the dirt.
I need to absorb them. I need to take any extra moisture. If I overwater them, I need to make sure to suck any extra water out of the dirt.
Listen, I know Bones was your favorite, but you can't take that much inspiration from the plant becoming.
I can, in fact, do whatever I want. I'm a free and independent woman. Or some might say.
For how long?
For how long indeed?
So those miniatures don't look finished.
No, they're not quite done yet. Okay, let me.
Are you just down to the bases though?
Basically what I need to do is I need to do a little bit of a dry brush on the rubber of the arms because I did it on his wheel and I really like the effect that it's has on it. So I'm gonna do that and then I need to do the base metallic and then just do a quick black wash over them. And that is predominantly going on the thing surrounding the wheel, the antenna on top. And then there's like a little bit of like detail work. There's a little bit of work I need to do on the buttons on each of their chests, and then the faces is the main thing. They'll probably be done next stream. I will admit I got a little overly chatty today. But
have you just been down here talking for 2 hours?
No, I have actually
4 hours?
I have actually been working. I've been working. I had to fix his blue because I accidentally fucked something up. So that took a little while, and then I did all.
What kind of mold it was on the succulent?
I have no idea, unfortunately. I showed a picture of it to. I have a couple of plant people. They're actually a family of plant people. Because the mother and father own the plant store, like the physical location.
Yeah, the father's a druid, the mother is a dryad.
Yes.
That's like the family of plant people, you understand.
Yes. And then the son is a little druid dryad mix.
He's a very tiny succulent boy. He's actually only about 4 inches tall. It's very weird, but hey.
Yeah, he's very cute though. It's kind of like imagine.
If I'm ever self-writing a D&D campaign, this is definitely going to be an little shot.
Please do.
Yes.
That would be great. And so like I've talked to the guy in the store and he didn't specifically say that it was any type of mold. I can tell you it was white Like it had white dots on like the ends of like, basically it was a little bit of, it was black and then it had white dots at the end. And I don't know if that's because like it was two different types of like I don't know if it was like a fungus starting to grow on the mold, if it was two funguses, if it was like.
Does fungus grow on mold?
I have no idea. I don't actually know. I'm making wild hypotheses because I don't actually know, and I'm just throwing out potentials that it maybe could be that sounds somewhat logical, but I actually don't know. It's something that like I said, when my actual succulent guy is back, which I'm really excited because he has a shop that like a physical location he's gonna open up soon where he's actually gonna have a nursery, and I can't wait to go. So that will be really fun. But when he actually like is back at my market, because he's on vacation right now because it's winter time and the plants just don't sell as much. Mold is a fungus. That's what I thought, but I wasn't actually sure. I would say it was more a powdery mildew than it definitely wasn't sooty. I don't think it was sooty mold. Here, I'll look up my.
Mold.
I know, right? Let's see. Let me look at my photos because I have a video of it. Okay, so here. Let me do this. That's what it looked like. So that's what happened to my poor beautiful plant. And everything that is green should have been black. And everything that's yellow, you see how there's a little bit of like pink right on the tips on, sorry, it's on this side. See how there's like a little bit of pink next to those spines? Right on the tips there? That's actually what it's supposed to look like. All of the yellow should be bright, vivid pink. Hello, Robert, it's lovely to see you again. How was your nap? Hopefully it was a good one. But yeah, so that's what happened. So I would like, you would describe that as more of a like powdery mildew than a sooty mold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think it's a powdery mildew. So I don't know what happened exactly. I will say that it was not, actually no, I left it in the soil he gave me, so it should have been some kind of appropriate soil for succulents. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened to it. I don't honestly know what happened to it. Like I said, I need to talk to my guy. I'm gonna buy a new one at some point. And I'm gonna expand this year my carnivorous plant collection because I really like carnivorous plants. I think they're cool. And my pitcher plant's doing pretty well. It's hibernating right now, so like it's still doing stuff. It's still like slowly digesting what's in its pods currently, but it's not actively growing any new pods. So, but it should start that back up once it gets warm again. I talked to my plant person. It wasn't getting that warm because like part of why I had the door open was to let airflow in so it wasn't getting too stagnant or overly wet in there. But it definitely, like I said, this is why I think it's because I left the door open when it was raining. Because I think the water retained too much moisture and I think it killed the roots, created the mildew, which ultimately killed the plant. I'm like 80% sure that's what happened. Like I think it was my fault for leaving the door open. The one thing that I'm not sure about is like some of that yellow that is directly around the mass where you saw the dirt where the roots would be. It was already that color tone before I bought it. So I don't know if it already had a mildew problem to begin with, or if it was something that I did later on because of the open door. Do I have any other sticky plants? Like you mean like carnivorous type, like the ones that eat stuff? Like that will stick to, like the bugs will stick to or anything? Not right now. I have one pitcher plant, like I said. It's outside, it's in my garden, it's hibernating right now. I made sure once the temperature started dropping, I did go and I actually messaged my plant store on Instagram, and I was like, hey, I bought a pitcher plant from you. It's been living outside this entire time, so it's definitely acclimated to the weather, but like, should I bring it inside? Like, I don't know if, I wasn't sure if they were tropical or not in their like heat requirements, because I know I associate pitcher plants and other carnivorous plants with jungles, which is pretty tropical to me. But she told me no, it would be totally fine outside, and seemingly it has been. Like, I've only had to water it like once because I'm still giving it some water, but like otherwise it's chilling, it's drinking what it needs to. I think it's digesting some of the bugs that it had in its pods before the winter season happened, and those are slowly starting to shrivel, but not in like a way that makes me go, oh my God, the plant's dying. It's just in a way of like, oh, it's eating. Cool. It does that. Like, I want it to be doing that. So I'm hoping that like, I don't know, come like late February, early March, it'll start producing some more pods, and I eventually want to transplant it to a larger pot. I just don't know how to do that because it's a more sensitive plant, and I do not want to kill this thing. The fact that I've had it for almost, like I've had it for over, I think it's, do you remember when I got that? It was after we met Shay and my pitcher plant. It was after we met Shay and Seth.
I mean, I would say it would be somewhere in the fall-summer transition this year.
Okay, so I've had it for about 6 months or so then, roughly.
That sounds right.
Like 6 or 7 months. So yeah, I've had the thing for like half a year now, and it's been doing really well. It's produced multiple new pods since I've had it. And honestly, I've been very happy with it. So I really want to be careful with it. I really don't want to kill it by moving it and replanting it into a larger pot without doing it properly. So honestly, I might take it into I might reach out to my plant person and be like, I want to repot this. Can I bring it in and you help me? Like, I'll pay you. Like, I don't, like, can you, but for your time or whatever, but like, can you help me with this? Because I want to do it properly. But I also want to learn the process myself so that like in the future I can do it solo and have a bit more confidence to do it. But I'd rather be taught by somebody who knows what the hell they're doing than me trying to just like look up a video. Because like when it comes to like living things like that, when it comes to like plants, I want a little bit more hands-on. Whereas like a painting tutorial or something, I'm like, I can just learn that online. But when it comes to like my plant stuff, I'm like, I really want to like go and chat with them about it. So hopefully I'm not annoying them to hell by my constant questions. I honestly don't think so. I think they've been enjoying the investment in their business. So yeah, exactly. Like it's just because it is such a, like, I mean, it wasn't like a super expensive plant or anything like that. Like they're a little pricey. I think I paid for my pitcher plant, which is about, it's in a pot about this big, and I would say like, you know, about that round, and it fills that full pot pretty well. But I think I paid like 25 bucks for it, so not terribly expensive, but it's still not like a cheap plant in any regard. And I could definitely see people being like, nah, I'm not gonna commit that amount of money to a plant, like, because they're not into that. But I am. I thought it was worth it, and I really like the thing. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And thank you for those, yeah, I think it is more the mildew rather than the gray mold. Even though the gray mold has like the cool damp conditions fit right now because of the weather. Like the main thing about the powdery mildew is I'm like, it wasn't that warm in there, but I don't know. The point is that I need to get a new plant because that one has been composted. I put it in my compost so that it could be, its remains could be used to feed other plants and such or something. That's the plan. Okay. Yeah, next time my main goal will be to wrap these guys up. I think getting the final dry brushes and the metallic on there actually is not going to be that big of a deal. It's really the face where I feel like we may end up struggling. But I think it'll be good. Honestly, it'll probably be fine. I darkened them pretty well. I'm very happy about that. I need to look up what the military face looks like, because the screens are gray, but on the box art, I remember they did the faces in dark blue to sort of match, probably for just ease of painting. And I'm gonna figure out how much of that I want to maintain and how much of that I want to like try to match the way that they actually did it in Fallout. So that is the plan, but yeah. It's a good stream today, guys. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with me so much. I think we had some good conversations, honestly. And I got some work done, which is good. I have a little bit, but let me go ahead and reiterate it because we have a lot happening actually going into like even the next week. So this weekend, I will not be live on YouTube this Saturday, but I will be live over on my free OnlyFans page. So if you want to come hang out with me in a spicy capacity and have a lot of fun, that is going to be happening at 3 p.m. probably on Saturday.
Yes.
Yeah. That will be happening at 3 p.m. Pacific or your regional equivalent this Saturday over on my free VIP page. If you want to hang out with me further this weekend, but also in the lovely company of Shy Goth Secrets, aka Shay, then I highly encourage you to follow her on either OnlyFans or Fansly because we will also be streaming there on Sunday, but on her page specifically. That one's gonna be a little bit more casual. We're going to be baking. I'm actually really excited. I've never made cinnamon rolls myself before, but we are gonna be making cinnamon rolls together. So that is the plan. So we'll be in the kitchen, we'll be cute, and you guys should come hang out with us. So that's happening this Sunday, and that will be starting at 1 p.m. Pacific or your regional equivalent. After that, I'm actually gonna have Shay back on another stream, but it'll be right here on YouTube, and that will be happening on Wednesday the 28th, and we are going to be playing Total War Warhammer 3 together. So if you saw my previous video with her where we were trying out the Slaanesh factions, we're either going to be continuing that campaign or potentially starting a new campaign. We haven't really fully decided yet, but we will be playing Total War Warhammer together. She will be live on her Twitch page, and I will be live here on YouTube. So it'll be simulcast, simulcasted, but just on 2 different platforms. So if you're interested in that, that's gonna be happening on Wednesday. Otherwise, I will have my normal schedule next week, and I will be also streaming, of course, normally this week. So Thursday and Friday, you will see me right here on the YouTube page. I will probably be wrapping these guys up on Thursday. We may be in the gaming room doing some games. I don't know what the Friday plan is fully yet for a stream, but
Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
Okay.
I don't know what the plan for Friday is yet, but it'll be something and it'll be fun, and I'm looking forward to it. I always have a good time with these streams. But yeah, so I got a lot of streaming this week, a little bit of bonus streaming because I have the Sunday stream, and I'll also have a Wednesday stream next week. Not this week, but next week with Shay. But yeah, it's going to be awesome, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm also like, she and I just have a couple of plans to like hang out, get some content filmed, and we're going to Creators After Dark together. So that's gonna be in April, and I'm really excited, and we've started to plan some things for that. So we have a couple costumes that we're gonna bring that we can maybe do some stuff with, like get some photos and walk around the con together and get some videos of that. So that should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm also planning to check out a couple of hobby/game stores in the Dallas area while I'm there. So I have a couple picked out already that are nearby to the con and should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to them. One of them was really big looking, so I'm hoping to like go and like have fun exploring that. Yeah, it should be a really good time. That's not for a little while though. That's not until April. So we've got some time. I'm sure I'll talk about it more as we get closer to it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today, and Chaos Cultist. We always enjoy your company. And thank you for distracting me thoroughly from doing as much on my securatrons as I had hoped. But honestly, we had some really great conversations today. I really liked our conversations. So thank you. And I am gonna go ahead and log off now. Remember, I'll see you Thursday at 1, Friday at 1 here on YouTube, Saturday on OnlyFans free at 3 p.m. And then again over on OnlyFans, but on Shay's page at 1 p.m. on Sunday. All right, that is the schedule. I'm sure you guys will see me post about it some more later. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys. Have a lovely day and an especially lovely hobby night. Bye, everybody.